Okay. Woo! Man. Oh, do we got a show for you? Oh, man. There's just a lot going on out there, folks. A lot going on. Okay? I can't even wear my sunglasses. I want to wear sunglasses so bad, folks. I want to wear them so bad. But they're hurting my head. Okay? A little too tight. But wow, we got a lot brewing from the other night. Oh man, that other night where we took a look at satanic ritual abuse from mental torture, discussing all the crazy things that goes on. And then we took a look at Marina Abramovic. And, go ahead and see what they're saying about Jared Leto. In the Epstein files, they said that he's doing well. He did well. And then we got real deep into Val Kilmer and the Batman, Matthew Perry and his Batman, signals that was given. And talked a bit about Val Kilmer being Batman and his connection to Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise. So, seems like a lot of stuff is going on. So we're going to spend a little bit more time while we're in it, okay? Because, I would love to be laughing right now, okay? I would love to be making fun of these comedians, okay? Not these, but making fun of people. I do it in my head all the time. But while we're here, we might as well just get through the list. There's a lot, okay? And might as well get caught up on some of it. And a lot of this isn't, fully Epstein related, but I wanted to show you too. Look, here we are with the conscious resistance. Is his name Derek Bros? Or is that guy? But looks like they came out with something about the Finders cult. Okay, we were talking a bit about the Finders cult as well from this one. So it looks like, and that was 2 days ago. So it looks like this helped spread a bit more content about all this stuff. And I mean, there's a lot. We got Izzy dropping some, occult bloodlines behind the music industry, nepotism out there. But look at this, okay? Hacked headlines, and we've been really enjoying hacked headlines. Hacked headlines just released a Cathy O'Brien essay. Now, we've been hearing a lot about Cathy O'Brien through Kurt Metzger, which Kurt Metzger just put out one with The Solid Show with Derek and Essan. It takes me a couple times. But look at just 8 hours ago. So we're going to let that breathe, get some traffic to that source, and then we'll take a look at it in a day or two. Shout out to Lemon Pirate Radio and Ben Lemons. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Cathy O'Brien story. And this is one of the first whistleblowers with MK Ultra. Or at least someone who really laid it out. Made it real palpable to understand what was actually happening. And it seemed a little crazy what she was saying at the time. But now, after knowing everything about the Epstein files and the CIA's MK Ultra projects, you can see, where she was coming from. So, let's just jump right in, get set up here. Okay. Cathy O'Brien. This is great. I watched a few of her talks, and it'd be nice to see it in this format as well. And if you guys got links to other things, go ahead and send it to the email at clipvirgin@gmail.com, and we'll take a look at it. Or I'll take a look at it and then see if we can put it up on the show. Here we go.
Telling their secrets.
And again, just like yesterday, got a little heavy at times.
By telling their secrets,
You just gotta.
Their power is eroding.
Power.
In 1995, a woman stood in front of an audience and named names. She named presidents, senators, prime ministers, CIA directors. She described operations most people didn't know existed. She detailed mind control programs involving trauma, hypnosis, and the systematic fracturing of human consciousness. Her name is Cathy O'Brien, and she claims to be a survivor of MK Ultra mind control at the presidential level.
To arm yourselves with knowledge about a tool that's being covertly used to usher in what Adolf Hitler and George Bush termed New World Order, and that's mind control. Mind control is very prevalent in this country and around the world. These criminals that are in control of our country operate on the philosophy that secret knowledge equals power.
I'm not here to tell you whether everything she says is true or false. I'm here to break down what she's saying, why it matters that people are listening, and how her testimony connects to documented programs that we know existed. MK Ultra was real. They destroyed most of the records, but what survived proves they were experimenting on American citizens with drugs, hypnosis, and trauma to create programmed behavior. So when someone comes forward claiming to be a survivor, naming specific names and operations, it deserves examination. In 1973, CIA Director Richard Helms ordered the destruction of all MK Ultra records, but some survived. Congressional hearings in 1975 and 1977 exposed what they could. The program officially ended. But survivors and researchers argue it never stopped. It just went deeper underground and got more sophisticated.
I'd like to begin by defining mind control by my experience. I realized that my experience was extreme, that the
investigative journalist Roger Charles spent years documenting CIA.
I endured is more limited than the kind of mind control that's proliferating in society. Mind control has kind of a sliding scale where you've got the total robotic mind control on one side, Bill Clinton, and you've got mind control that's proliferating, such as in occultism in this country, or Global Education 2000, where children are losing their freedom of thought and their ability to critically analyze. There's so many different aspects of society that are affected by mind control in varying degrees.
Cathy talks about a sliding scale of mind control, from total robotic control on one end to subtle manipulation through education and media on the other. She's saying MK Ultra isn't just about creating Manchurian candidates. It's about understanding how to control human consciousness at every level. And if you understand how to control one mind completely, you understand the principles to influence millions subtly. Total control teaches you the mechanics, and then you scale it.
I was born in 1957 in Muskegon, Michigan, to a multi-generational incest-based family. This means my father was sexually abused as a child, my mother was sexually abused as a child, and they were sexually abusing me. My father sexually abused me as far back as I can remember, and I've often heard him state that he began substituting his penis for my mother's nipple while I was still an infant.
Oh, God.
I tell you this so that you can understand that my sexuality was confused in infancy. It was put.
This is crazy. I might not be able to. Maybe we need to find some comedy. I get angry. I get really angry.
Into an area of my brain that's much like survival, like eating and drinking would be. I tell you these facts so that you can be better armed and understand what's happening in society. And name names. Mark and I name names in our book, Transformation of America, not so that...
And then it makes you wonder, too, about JonBenet Ramsey, which apparently there was a painting of JonBenet Ramsey, and if you know, with eyes wide shut, at the end of the movie, where Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman let their kid walk away with those two spooks that were always following them, and just gave their kid. We might need to find some comedy. I'm gonna pull up a page and
I can say, well,
we might
I
have
was
to
in
do
the
that.
White House with so-and-so. I mean, I miss the whole glamour part, but this is so you know who the problem is and where these problems lie. The abuse that I was enduring was so horrific that I developed dissociative identity disorder.
Cathy claims the trauma was so severe, she developed dissociative identity disorder, formerly called multiple personality disorder. It's what happens when a child experiences trauma so horrific that their mind fractures to survive. The brain creates compartments, separate identities, amnesic barriers between them, so the abuse can be contained and the rest of the mind...
That's like the kind of layout for Cabin in the Woods. The movie Cabin in the Woods. And of course, if it's a cabin in the woods, you know, who knows what have happened in there. And yeah, what was the movie like? Who was they were dying? Who was after? I mean, yeah, go back and watch all these movies again. You'll be able to watch them again for the first time.
can function normally. This is consistent with how DID actually works according to psychiatric research. She explains why the government specifically targeted children with this disorder.
There's a criminal faction of our government that was interested in targeting children such as myself for mind control, because this compartmentalization of memory was something that they deemed ideal for keeping government secrets. After all, if I couldn't think to remember, how could I tell about it? Additionally, people who suffer from dissociative identity disorder develop a photographic memory behind those amnesic barriers, because the brain has a defense mechanism that when trauma occurs, it photographically records events surrounding trauma.
Yep.
And an example of this would be that many of you who are old enough to remember, when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, most people know exactly where they were and what they were doing, because this was an event that traumatized the nation. And
yeah, everyone knows where they were during 9/11 too.
this exemplifies how the mind photographically records events surrounding trauma. So behind these amnesic barriers, I had a photographic memory, which the government deemed ideal for programming. That way I could deliver messages to and from government leaders, or in my case, also drug lords, who were involved in funding the black budget and funding the New World Order controls. They're interested in programming me so that I would deliver the messages verbatim. When I delivered messages, I delivered exactly what I was told, using the voice inflections of my abusers, with no conscious comprehension of what I was even saying. It was just a tape recorder just parroting out exactly what I'd been told.
What? So is that, it's almost like Project Mockingbird then is a global version of that. Parroting. And then you basically just speak the party line. And you sound like the party leader when you do it.
Photographic memory behind amnesic barriers, no sense of time, superhuman physical endurance, enhanced visual acuity, time.
Let me take that back here.
I'm told.
Photographic memory behind amnesic barriers, no sense of time, superhuman physical endurance, enhanced visual acuity, and most importantly, if she couldn't think to remember, how could she tell their secrets? She's describing the perfect intelligence asset, a human recording device that doesn't know it's recording.
I developed another compartment to deal with the child pornography that my father was subjecting me to.
And again, too, that's what Christopher Nolan's film, Inception, too, you would compartmentalize and have this memory in this little home tucked away, and the actress who transitioned to became a transvestite. She mentioned that she had to take some time off from from the whole thing, but it seemed like she was like, oh, that's what it was, like doing landscaping and just trying to get grounded again. But the way she was saying it seemed really like, wait, well, what happened on set? Why was it like that? And I didn't think it had to do with like the storyline or the plot or anything. It made me wonder if something had happened. And then, however long after that, she became a transvestite. So, Leonardo DiCaprio was in that. Maybe she. I mean, this is what. I mean, like, are they able to put, some kind of, well, like the hormone blockers? Like, couldn't they be, like, what if they're feeding her hormone blockers, and then she kind of thought she was doing it naturally, transitioning naturally, but really it was because someone had done that to her, and maybe because she didn't comply, maybe she didn't go along with what they wanted her to do.
He's earning his living as a worm digger on a sixth-grade education and supplement.
And like, what if they did like a group ritual?
The family income with child pornography that was being distributed through the local Michigan mafia pornography ring.
Cathy claims her father was involved in a Michigan CP ring that was being protected by local politician Gerald Ford. And here's where her story connects to documented history. Gerald Ford was a Michigan congressman before becoming vice president, then president after Nixon resigned. Cathy claims the government sanctioned the CP ring specifically to identify children with DID, because any child being used had to have endured severe trauma. They weren't trying to stop it. They were using it as a recruitment pipeline.
It was Gerald Ford who came out to our house and explained to my father how to raise me in the project according to government specifications. My father had been caught sending this child pornography through the U.S. mails, and therefore he was approached and told that if he sold me into that project, that he would gain immunity from prosecution.
According to Cathy, her father was indeed granted full immunity and never faced any justice for his crimes. Cathy claims her parents went on to have 5 more children.
So is that how they get away with it? They sacrifice their children.
And all of them were forced into the program. Cathy claims her parents went on to have 5 more children, and all of them were forced into the program, and their current whereabouts are unknown. We cannot verify these claims she's making, but we do know MK Ultra recruited from vulnerable populations: prisoners, mental patients, prostitutes, and yes, even children. We know
that this seems like Hollywood, right? The music industry.
they targeted people who wouldn't be believed or missed. One of the most disturbing parts of her testimony is what she describes as an occult ritual when she was 13 that was a reversal of the Catholic Mass she had just attended. They replaced her natural triggering mechanisms with hypnotic codes, hand signals, and phone tones. They could now decide when and how to access specific compartments of her mind. And she...
What? Hold on a second. With tones, they can... What? Oh my God.
One of the most disturbing parts of her testimony is what she describes as an occult ritual when she was 13 that was a reversal of the Catholic Mass she had just attended. They replaced her natural triggering mechanisms with hypnotic codes, hand signals, and phone tones. They could now decide when and how to access specific compartments of her mind. And she says after that ritual, she lost her internal voice, lost her ability to hope, lost all free will.
Also around that time, I'd made my first communion in Muskegon's St. Francis de Sales Church. Having made my first communion, I also endured an extra ritual after that was
From the same people?
referred to as the rite to remain silent. That's R-I-T-E, as in ritual.
Oh my God.
This involved Congressman Vanderjagt and the head of our church at that time, a Father Don.
Oh my God.
They subjected me to an occult blood ritual. This
What?
was so horrific. It was this reversal of the Catholic Mass. It confused my mind because when a person's operating on a subconscious level because they're so traumatized that consciously there's no place for what they're enduring, the subconscious mind has no ability to discern and to question and to reason the same way that the conscious mind does. And this reversal of the Catholic Mass into occultism just made it all seem to run together in my mind. It was
Wow.
absolutely horrific. This blood ritual was so horrible that my mind readily accepted the mind manipulation that I endured afterwards, a hypnotic language, the neuro-linguistic programming, mind-controlled programming that actually changed the way that my brain was functioning so that,
Wow.
you know, that part of my brain that I said would open up to deal with my father's abuse again and again? They changed that so that they decided when, where, and how that particular compartment of my brain would be opened and accessed. And they replaced the triggering mechanism with hypnotic codes, keys, and triggers, hand signals. There's also phone tones that can also open those
What?
neuron pathways and give access to the compartmentalized memory as well. They replaced that at that time.
I wonder if the Apple tones, like I remember, you know, all the different tones that Apple came out with on their first phone was just like, whoa, this is so strange. So I wonder if that does, or at least the notification bell, ding.
Time. And this was with this right to remain silent. I also had a silence in my head after that because up until that
Wow.
time I heard, it was just my own voice, but I heard my voice arguing back and forth with all these different perceptions and from the different compartments in order that I could formulate some kind of a decision about things. I remember before the right to remain silent that I had some free thoughts of my own, but with the right to remain silent, I lost my capacity, my ability for free will thinking. I lost my ability to even hope anymore. I lost all free will entirely. This right to remain silent silenced this argument that always went on in my head, and instead, all I ever heard from that point on was the voices of my abusers directing me, telling me exactly what it was I was supposed to do.
Hey Mark, good to see you.
Robotically follow those instructions and carry them out.
This is what she means by total mind control. Not influence, not manipulation.
Man.
Complete override of autonomous function. This is what trauma-based mind control claims to achieve, and it's what MK Ultra documents show they were attempting. Now we get to the part where she names names. Specific powerful people. She claims Senator Robert Byrd from West Virginia became her owner in the program. He decided where she'd go, what operations she'd carry out, who would handle her. Robert Byrd was in the Senate from 1959 to 2010. He was head of the Senate Appropriations Committee, controlling the federal budget.
When I was 13 years old, that I was dedicated to the senator who had become my owner in this mind control project.
Wow.
That's U.S. Senator Robert C. Byrd. Senator Byrd is a Democrat from West Virginia. And again, as you'll notice as I reveal any names, that this doesn't have anything to do with party lines. Democrats and Republicans both are involved because it's not about party lines. It's about who's for the New World Order and who's not. Nevertheless, Senator Byrd had been an...
Which J.D. Vance was doing some kind of, I don't know what that interview was, but saying, oh yeah, New World Order, New World Order.
Offices I've been alive. He's still in office today. He's been head of our Senate Appropriations Committee, which means he held the purse strings of our country. He decided where money would be spent. And I know from having witnessed and experienced and saw so much behind the scenes that Senator Byrd was appropriating money in directions that would allow for New World Order controls.
She also talks about the Canadian Prime Minister at the time.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Yeah. It's the baby boomers, the trauma-based mind control, abusing Gen X. Yep. Yep. And Gen X was introduced to a lot more poisons and vaccine schedules, trying to get them all drugged up so they can be easily controlled.
She explains that he was a Jesuit who believed in mind control of the masses to create a one-world church in the New World Order.
One of my abusers at that time was the Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Trudeau. Pierre Trudeau is a professed Jesuit.
Oh,
now,
my God.
Jesuits are an intelligence...
Trudeau. All right. So then what happened to the Trudeau? I forgot his name. Mark. No, it's not Mark Trudeau. Well, he had a brother who died in a ski accident. And then soon he was the chosen one.
Arm of the Catholic Vatican. There's a criminal faction within these Jesuits. I'm certainly not saying all Catholics are bad, nor am I saying all CIA is bad or all politicians. There's good and bad in everything. But nevertheless, Pierre Trudeau represented this criminal faction of the Catholic Church, of the Jesuits, who believed in mind control of the masses because they wanted to be the one world church in the New World Order.
Cathy then talks about her experience with...
Yeah, so, Sophie, ex-boyfriend before Justin Trudeau. Oh. Yeah, so Justin... Yeah, Sophie, ex-boyfriend before... Oh, okay. Yep.
Bill and Hillary Clinton.
It was 1978, and it was determined that I had endured sufficient trauma to carry out my first trial run operation.
But you saw the video of Justin Trudeau with his mother, and then him saying what a tragedy it was that his brother died. And then he goes, but, you know, if he just wouldn't have done it, this wouldn't have happened. Justin Trudeau worked on the Picton Farms too. Oh, I'm not familiar with the Picton. Oh, that's what the other thing is too, huh? What was that? Okay, wow.
An enormous quantity of cocaine had been flown in on one of these operations, and I was to deliver it into the neighboring state of Arkansas. By that time, Bill Clinton's drug operation was in full swing. He was governor of Arkansas, and I delivered this cocaine to a remote airport in Ouachita Forest, which I've since identified as Mena Airport. I also delivered a little packet of information and a small quantity of cocaine, a personal stash from J. Bennett Johnston, to Bill Clinton. I delivered it to Bill Clinton, and he cut out 2 lines of the coke, and he did inhale. That certainly wasn't the only time I saw Bill Clinton using cocaine.
Investigative journalist Roger Charles spent years documenting CIA drug smuggling through MENA. Barry Seal, a CIA-connected drug smuggler, operated out of MENA while Clinton was governor. The connections between Clinton, MENA, and cocaine trafficking have been investigated by the Arkansas State Police, the FBI, and congressional committees. Nothing was ever prosecuted. Files disappeared, witnesses died, and the investigation was shut down. But that wasn't her only experience with the Clintons.
My sexual experience with Bill Clinton was extremely limited, in spite of the fact that I was a sex slave. It was my experience that Bill Clinton is bisexual, leaning far more towards the homosexual end. All I've ever seen him involved in was the homosexual activity, with very limited experience with him myself.
And then he had the painting with him in the dress. Epstein did.
Whereas my experience was much more prevalent with Hillary Clinton, because Hillary is also bisexual, leaning more towards the homosexual end, and it was she who accessed my sex programming.
Yeah, and there was something that just came out with Hillary Clinton that her and somebody else had did a snuff film, I think, actually. It was like it's in the dark web right now. There's a video going around. Apparently it's Hillary Clinton, allegedly. With someone else. Going through this ritual abuse to this young girl. Ooh, man.
To fulfill her perversion.
It's crazy what's happening.
The Clintons have been connected to every major scandal from Whitewater to Epstein. She's not naming low-level officials or state representatives. She's naming people at the very top of the power structure. People who would have access to classified programs. People who could authorize operations. People who could make evidence disappear. If you were going to make up a story about government mind control, you'd probably pick more obscure names to avoid scrutiny. But Cathy went straight to the top. And she's been saying the same names for 30 years.
After I graduated from high school, Senator Byrd ordered that I be transferred to Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee was heavily involved in mind control at that time through the country music industry, and above all, the proliferation of CIA...
Whoa, the country music industry, huh? Oh. And who was prominent in the country music industry?
Nashville, Tennessee was heavily involved in mind control at that time through the country music industry, and above all,
And now it's Compton. Straight out of Compton. So, there's a lot of accusations to going towards who's that country singer that
the proliferation of CIA cocaine operations within the country music industry were already in full swing. The political corruption in Tennessee was just all the way to the top. The country music industry provided a cover for mind-controlled slaves like myself to be taken around the country to the various places as designated, and also to distribute and deliver the large quantities of CIA cocaine that was coming into the country.
You might think these claims sound absurd, but let's look at what we actually know. In 1990...
Yeah, and again, like, even now, Jelly Roll, okay? That's modern country, but Garth Brooks, that's who I'm trying to think of. So, Garth Brooks, during that time that she's talking about, now, I don't know if he's from Nashville, maybe but there's a lot of missing people, and a lot of murders that followed his tour schedule. A lot of, what video was that I saw that laid out everything for, I think it might have been Izzy, did something like that. Laid everything out for Garth Brooks and his schedule syncing up to all these murders. Let's take a look at that sometime.
1996, journalist Gary Webb published Dark Alliance in the San Jose Mercury News. He documented how the CIA facilitated cocaine trafficking into American cities to fund Contra rebels in Nicaragua. He was destroyed.
Picton Farms, it's Canada. He was Justin Trudeau worked on Picton Farms too. Picton's Farms, it's Canada. He was a serial murderer. Oh my God. Oh, the father, huh? Wow. Yeah, right. And it's a pig farm. Yeah, of course. Wow.
For it, attacked by the New York Times, Washington Post, and LA Times. His career was ruined. He was found dead in 2004 with 2 gunshot wounds to the head, ruled a suicide. But years later, the CIA Inspector General admitted Webb was right. The CIA had protected drug traffickers. They had looked the other way while cocaine flooded American streets. Iran-Contra wasn't just about arms deals, it was about drugs. Cocaine coming in, money going out, black budget operations funded by destroying American communities.
It was my experience that the CIA's so-called war on drugs.
Whoa. Our Lady Peace song, Naveed. Seen the kids eat beef jerky? It's, oh my God. See if I can pull that up. Oh, I can't. Still. Let me see if I can pull up the lyrics. Wow. Yeah, and that's a Canadian alternative. It says Canadian alternative rock band formed in 1992, Ontario. Oh, yeah, can send that white light. Try something else. Wow. All right, so Our Lady Peace. Naveed. God, like take a picture of you. Yeah, how does this? I can't. I can't remember. Come, defeat. Come. Oh, let me see if I can. Uh, Remind myself how. It's too late for you, Ben. It's too late. Now, if you're joining us, you are part of the Clip Virgins. We are waxing gibbous tonight. We are waxing gibbous. We just passed that first quarter, folks. And today we are waxing gibbous. We got a moon set of 3 a.m. Okay, so that will let you know how long we'll be going for. Okay, I'm among you guys. We are Lumineers. Okay, and the moon rises at 11. So that's how you get your sleep, from the moon set and the moon rise. And then we'll be heading into that full moon. Yeah, now after everything coming to light, the song's very dark. I'm trying to, let me see if I can pull up the melody. I'm trying to remember how the melody goes, but we can, or let me get my screen out of the way here. Because it'll sound weird if I don't have the melody. Is it come Naveed, come Naveed? Yeah, I can't quite get it here. 1 second, folks. Okay. Well, nice. Man, I just want to listen. I want to listen to it. I'm listening to it now on my headphones, but I wish we could listen to it together. I mean, I suppose I could. I'm not monetized. It's here. See how I can do it.
Is no more than the
Okay. Oh, man. I remember that style. It's been a while since I heard that style. I like that stuff. Man, it's been a while. You can get that style back, but all right, here we are. So, are you there? And is it comfortable? Did you want to escape? Try to escape the population? Sure is deceiving for you, particularly. Let a young man die. Let him die if he wants to die. If he wants to. I can't live here anymore, but it's hard when you reach for the floor. There's something that tears me inside, so I can't go. Brother, are you there? Not telling me is it wonderful, or are you hoping to find something a little more? Counting down the hours, and I need to know now. All right, let's see if we can get to that lyric. Uh, can't live here anymore, but it's hard when you reach for the, okay. Wait, about halfway in the video, they show kids eating jerky. Oh my God, are you serious? All right, let's see if we can pull that up. Well, yeah, that'll do it. That would do it. Um, just that. Jesus Christ, he looks like Jared Leto. It's a Jared Leto clone. Look at that. Are they related? That looks like Jared Leto. Now let's see if I can do it without playing the music. I just wanted to see the video. How would I do that? If I can immediately turn down the music. Okay. You're heavy with an acoustic. Actually, it sounded pretty cool. I can hear it in the background here. Yeah, it's like the... What's the other... Another band. My buddy, wherever he goes, wherever I go, he's gonna go. My buddy, my buddy, my buddy and me. Kid sister, wherever she goes, I'm gonna go. Really? That's a bit stockish. Alright, so what we got here? Okay, interesting. So that doll, oh man. Okay, so now even that doll is representing something different. Like, see, I did it. Ooh, dang, dude. Whoa. If it was a movie, there's part of me that would think that they actually did do that. That was all real. And they actually did it and then filmed it. But then you're thinking that it's fake. Because it's a movie and they're trying to make it look real. You know, but if they're doing this for a music video, I hope that people aren't trying to go crazy on music videos. Although, I mean, that's what happened with the Britney Spears one, where she was submerged in the bathtub, And then after that music video, because it was of her dying. And then after that, that's when everything started going, where like she was gone forever, and then oh no, what yeah, I don't know what happened, but what was that? Okay, but how did they get the doll? Oh, they're chasing another kid. Of course, the red-headed heifer. Because so that's them capturing him. I hope, because that looked pretty graphic. Is that an adult behind him? Is that another kid? Yeah, and the line is, "Brother, are you there?" Right at that point too. Something that tears me inside, and oh, now I can't live here anymore. I can't live here anymore. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. Why, Naveed, would you let that young man die? Convinced that he might break, he reaches for the phone. Another day is gone. Convinced that he might break, maybe like break the silence, and so they had to kill him because he was gonna. Brother, are you there? Now tell me, is it wonderful, or were you hoping to find something a little more? Uh, One of those crazy coats. What are those called? And it's like the padded room that Val Kilmer was in. Straight jacket. Now this is more or less a room. See, again, they're obsessed with Batman art as well. It was almost look, there's that room. It's a padded room with a window, and there's no way in or out except for that little small door that you have to crawl in to even get to. So maybe they're saying something, but here we are. Ooh, man. And then we gotta be looking into the whole Batman thing. Like, what's the connection to Batman and Epstein and uh, child trafficking, sexual abuse? Again, Matthew Perry. Saying he had a deep, long-standing obsession with the Batman, calling himself Matman. This is all right before his death. And Jennifer Aniston with, they were on Friends together, and she had pizza parties. So
CIA eliminating their
thanks for the. I mean that. Good find, Mark. And it's amazing what you remember too once you get traumatized. Yeah, and yep. Now, do you think Aniston was a dude when she played Friends or sometime after? Because she looks she's looking pretty masculine. I don't mean pretty, I mean she's looking quite masculine. It's like, still a dude, playing a dude, but another dude, playing another dude. In Office Space, she's weird too. Oh, okay. Yeah, what is she see if I can pull something up here. Whoa, really? Which just said, I'll never forget during COVID when Ellen DeGeneres three-way called Aniston and Big Mike, Michael Obama, Michael Obama, and it was really weird and pizza party coded. No way. And all the celebrities said Jennifer Aniston was the best pizza party. Yep, exactly. And even before there was like all this pizza stuff, it seemed that it seemed like she had something over I mentioned before, but over Adam Sandler. But I don't think she had blackmail on him. Well, I mean, maybe she did actually. But he seemed definitely involved. Let me try to see if I can pull this over here. You said, oh, that's right. Okay, yes. Now she was quite young. Um, I mean, th- that's a chick all the way. I'm not getting dude vibes. Although, dang. Hmm. Is that an Adam's apple? I mean, that doesn't look like a dude. She's got arms though. But I think she definitely looks like one now. Yeah, the chin too, huh? No, man, this is bringing back memories. Bringing back, been a long time. Uh, okay, so now, I mean that's a rough one, huh? So, yeah, there's something where, you know, age is, age is age, but yeah, is it, is it bad facelift kind of thing, or is it just, she does look different though. They, after all this time, they can't hide the man inside, huh? Um, I mean, this is kind of scary, and it's kind of yeah, kind of the panic, just the where you're viewing all the things that all the possibilities that all the outcomes that could happen after everything you've done. Um, yeah, yeah, she's definitely a handler. She probably provided the parties for people, and her dad was into the soap operas or something. Or did she start with soap operas, or was her dad a soap opera actor, a famous one, or like a producer or director? But she had soap opera ties, and so she's connected.
Competition as they take over the drug industry worldwide. They took their war on drugs to our street corners and turned our streets into a bloodbath.
Cathy's describing.
Well, and Wizard, you're right. Yeah, there's still images, but there is that video of her getting something thrown on her. I think they were filming a movie or something, and it was behind the scene footage. And she looking quite manly.
Describing what Gary Webb documented.
Allegedly.
What Michael Ruppert exposed. What multiple DEA agents have testified to over the years. The war on drugs was never about stopping drugs. It was about controlling who profits from them. Next, she describes Wayne Cox, a country musician who played behind Senator Byrd at the Grand Ole Opry as her first handler.
When I was
the Grand Ole Opry. Now, who just got inducted or something to playing the Grand Ole Opry? Jelly Roll. Okay. Jelly Roll, an ex-criminal, ex-rapper. And there's footage of him saying, yeah, we're going to take over Austin. All this stuff. So he's definitely an industry plant. Because no one can sing in that key. Okay, that's industry plant key.
first sent to Nashville, he was playing on the Opry that night, and he had a musician behind him, a guy named Wayne Cox. Wayne Cox later told me that playing music behind Senator Byrd wasn't the only way that he backed him, but that he backed him politically as well. After the Opry that night, I endured an occult ritual again. Occultism is oftentimes used as a trauma base for mind control. Who can comprehend that kind of a trauma? A blood ritual is absolutely horrible, and it's a perfect trauma base for mind control, for the compartmentalization of memory. I witnessed Wayne Cox murder a railroad bum down at Nashville's Union Station. It was abandoned at that time, and there were bums around, and he shot him right between the eyes and cut off both of his hands, which was Cox's MO for murder.
Ooh, man. Now, there's a lot of people talking about homeless people, all the homeless. What if Batman is an occult symbol of killing homeless people? And the Joker face is the child abuse one. Disappear into
After this blood ritual, this horrible trauma, I was programmed that Wayne Cox would be my first handler in MK Ultra Mind Control. As my handler, Wayne Cox would follow Senator Byrd's directions and instructions, and above all, he would be subjecting me to more trauma sufficient to satisfy the numerous compartments Senator Byrd wanted developed in my brain for mind control programming so that I could carry out various operations during the Reagan-Bush administration.
What Cathy is describing sounds like something out of a horror movie. Cutting off hands.
I mean, do they still need people delivering messages like this? Was this before cell phones? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's needed much anymore. But as far as them carrying out certain orders, I guess. But yeah, maybe it's a way to still pass down information to heads of state, politicians, world leaders. They're arresting unhoused people in Canada. Authorities will say no, but they are. Oh, disappearing to parts unknown. And just putting them in prison? Or some kind of... Because I know there's another country that's doing that, but they're putting them in a... oh, no. Who? No, I think it's... Is it Seattle? Maybe it's a city that's doing that, and they're putting everyone in treatment centers. Now, I agree. I agree with, Oh, what was it? Yeah, I think it was. Was it Seattle that they're making it illegal to do drugs out in public now? Finally, I don't agree with all that stuff. I don't agree with giving them drugs and paraphernalia. Oh, homeless people. They call them unhoused, right? I like to say homeless. They give them a 25,000 Canadian dollar fine for being unhoused. Talk about punching down. Kick a man while you're down, huh? It's two or three $25,000 fine, then prison because they can't pay the fine. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. So, there's no like affordable housing program or anything like that. Well, if they have private prisons and if they work with the banks to keep the housing prices high, it's only going to make it easier to fill those prisons. And there's no incentive to lower the cost of living if you know that eventually they will be put into those prisons. You can make money up them there. Wow. Well, see, and that's the thing. You have to have shelters. You have to have mental institutions again. Like you have to have drug rehabilitation centers that will just take people in. Like someone like Andy Dick. Okay, we covered Andy Dick on Jamie Kennedy, and he was saying that he went to a rehab place. He nearly died. Okay. He had a film crew, and look at this, another filming of a death. But he had a film crew with him, and they were filming him taking some drugs from somebody off the street, and apparently it was laced with fentanyl or something, and his heart stopped, and he just collapsed. And he went to rehab. And he was there, got cleaned up, and now I'm not a Andy Dick fan by any stretch of the imagination at all. But he was saying that and we had noticed while we were watching it that he did seem, centered and calm. And he's just like, yeah, I was doing great, but then they told me I had to leave, and now I'm back, back out here, and this is where I get in trouble. It's like, I wish I could have just stayed there. And I think that's how a lot of people are. It's like, just keep them there. Just, So we just got to build those institutions again. We used to have them, but it all stopped because people are freaking out about the mind control experiments that they're doing. Well, yeah. Well, now they're doing it on the general public. So open up the institutions so that the psychiatrists have got something to do. Okay, they've got, it's like the firemen who start fires. Just be busy. But yeah, you got to open those up and clean up the streets. Get all these people out of the streets. Throw them in. Probably be safer in jail, don't you think? Some kind of facility. I guess not jail, but someplace that doesn't have convicted criminals, or at least, maybe violent criminals can be somewhere else, but yeah, the people who close the mental institutions would be the patients in the, yep.
Is symbolic. In occult ritual magic, hands represent action and will. In criminal organizations, in occult bribing,
carry out various operations during the Reagan-Bush administration.
What Cathy is describing sounds like something out of a horror movie. Cutting off hands is symbolic. In occult ritual magic, hands represent action and will. In criminal organizations, it's a message. You reached for something you shouldn't have. It's also practical. No fingerprints. Harder to...
That's what they're saying to Nick Surley? Is that his name? Who uncovered all the Nick Shirley uncovered the fraud in Minneapolis, all the Somalian daycare centers and businesses that were funneling billions of dollars out of Minnesota. And apparently just last night, or maybe yesterday, he went online, I think at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I guess he was getting death threats, and he basically and so he read some of the threats, or one in particular, and said, this individual is saying, maybe you should consider staying in your lane. And it was definitely more threatening than that, but basically saying you're overstepping your reach. Well, that's what someone would say when they don't want eyes on something.
To identify the body, have. It's also practical. No fingerprint. Ritual magic. Hands represent action and will. In criminal organizations, it's a message. You reached for something you shouldn't have. It's also practical. No fingerprints. Harder to identify the body. Cathy's describing someone who understood both the occult significance and the practical applications of mutilation. She says Cox worked under Louisiana Senator J. Bennett Johnston, who was running mercenaries and cocaine operations out of Louisiana, Johnston was a powerful member of the Appropriations Committee, controlled energy policy, and had deep ties to oil and defense industries. Louisiana has always been a strategic location for smuggling. Coastline, ports, proximity to Central and South America. If you're running drugs and arms, Louisiana is ideal. Cathy claims Johnston's band of mercenaries would fly to South America, conduct operations, and return with planes full of cocaine. The drugs would then be distributed through networks like the country music industry. But Johnston didn't just use physical trauma to control people. He used something even more psychological, making victims believe their abusers weren't even human.
Around this same time, J. Bennett Johnston subjected me to some other mind manipulation that involved, instead of an occult theme, an alien theme.
Whoa, there it is. All right. The full disclosure. Now this is where when there's whistleblowers coming out, then they're going to have protests blowing whistles. So that when you search whistleblowers, it's going to pull up the protesters blowing whistles. And if you want to Google man-made climate change, then you'll see that you'll have, it's another twist of man-made climate change. The point is that they're talking about aliens now. And what better way to kind of fill and kind of bury the lead than doing that. And god dang, that makes, ooh, you think about E.T. now with those kid actors. So alien.
An occult theme, an alien theme. Instead of an occult theme, an alien theme. Now these guys who are manipulating my mind and programming me for mind control purposes claimed, and these criminals in control of our country as well, claimed to be gods, demons, and aliens, in order that I feel totally helpless, in order that I felt like they were beyond my realm to affect. And it certainly worked at that time. Jay Bennett.
Whoa! Did you see the flicker in the video, and then look at and then watch what she did to her head. And that's what I was saying. When you have a strong thought, if it's anger or excitement, some kind of excitability, you could be really happy, like, oh yeah, or you can be, really mad. It'll glitch out. It disturbs the magnetic frequency. Our mind is, kind of pulsates within this, within the ionosphere, and you can affect radio frequencies. Now watch this. And you take a look at old interviews of Stephen King. He'll be sitting down having an interview, and they'll ask him some kind of question of like, how do you come up with all this kind of stuff? And he's just like, well, and he's like this, and all of a sudden the whole thing goes kind of gets wavy, back in the analog days. But here, this kind of glitched out here.
They were beyond my
and watch what she does.
realm to affect.
All right, let me back it up so you can kind of get context here. Because she's about to have a strong thought.
and aliens, in order that I feel totally helpless, in order that I felt like they were beyond my realm to affect. And it certainly worked at that.
Okay. And now look at, and then she's scratching her head right when that.
In order that I felt like they were beyond my realm to affect. And it certainly worked at.
Okay. So there was a strong visual that occurred right there. And now she's scratching her left temple, or her eye. Her right, sorry. Take it one more time.
In order that I felt like they were beyond my realm to affect. And it certainly worked at that time. J. Bennett Johnston told me that he was an alien.
If you believe you're abused,
That just notice this. Notice in the, I mean, it occurred a lot during the Johnny Depp trial. When Johnny Depp would talk or stuff, he glitched out the camera. You can see it.
are gods, demons, or aliens, you believe.
He told me that he was an alien.
If you believe your abusers are gods, demons, or aliens, you believe they're beyond your ability to stop. You're not fighting humans anymore. You're fighting something cosmic, something untouchable. It creates total helplessness. And
Interesting. I wonder if that's why they're saying, "Oh, this is a spiritual war, folks." I mean, this is, with good and evil, and they're trying to make it so that you can't really pinpoint the enemy.
helplessness is the foundation of control.
I'm not saying that there's no such thing as aliens. That would be foolish for me to even say anything like that at all. But what I am saying is that it was my experience that these were people claiming to be aliens.
Wow.
If there's a reality out there pertaining to any alien influence, we need to sort out the government misinformation and disinformation and mind manipulation techniques that they're using. I know for a fact that the plan is to make all of us feel totally helpless, that what's happening is beyond our realm to affect because we've been taken over by aliens.
Let's is that what it's called? What's the one that's coming out now with Steven Spielberg? Disclosure Day. See what I'm saying? Let's take a look at this here. Oh, these little pop-ups. Oh, okay. Let's get it on YouTube here. Okay, we see through your bullshit. Okay? We see through it. And what'd you do with that ET girl? Touching the finger? Oh, just the tip, huh? Sick. Sicko. There's no one doing it. What? That's not even good subtext. It's like, if you do it, there's no one doing it. What?
There's no one doing it. If you do this, there's no one doing it.
What a horrible line. And they're showing like their eyes dilating, like if you can have alien power. You. There he is. Yeah, we could. Yeah, see Jesus. Yeah, you exactly. It's like, yeah, we can never tell people enough. It's okay. It's always in the eyes. It's subtle and it's hard to notice, but it's in the eyes, and they're just slightly different, or even different colors. Oh wow. If you do this, there's no doing what? Doing me? It's undoing day. Oh, the line. Yeah, if you do, there's no. Oh, that's what he was saying. If you do this, there's no undo. Okay, let's see if I can hear that. If you do this, there's no one doing it. Yeah, it sounds like if you do this, there's no one doing it. Okay, thank you. I even got the headphones on. I'm just. All I can hear is anger for them trying to. What would you say this is? Like, for them to kind of, again, like bury the lead a bit, so it's not kind of get us desensitized to it, just normalize. Because Joaquin Phoenix again with the signs, it was the alien that appeared with the kids. Vamonos, vamonos. Okay, get out of the way. Let me see. Okay, that was an alien thing with the kids. The clicking noise. Ugh. Just, ugh.
Techniques that they're using. I know for a fact that the plan is to make all of us feel totally helpless. That what's happening is beyond our realm to affect because we've been taken over by aliens. That our Independence Day is dawning. So beware of that.
What Cathy talked about here is more relevant than ever. Just this week, President Trump announced he's going to declassify and release UFO files. The Pentagon has.
Yeah, and Obama said something in an interview about there being aliens. Senate UFO community yesterday or the day before said that they have UFO crafts and alien bodies. Wow. What was life like back in the 1800s? I bet it was amazing. I really do. I bet it was awesome. An old 1880s. Seems like that's when a lot of the major cities, were formed. Were taken over. You colonialist. Just can't stay in one spot, can you? Whiteys. You want to conquer every land. But instead, we got the Federal Reserve.
Been releasing UFO footage. Congress is holding hearings on UAPs. Whistleblowers are testifying about recovered craft. After decades of denial, suddenly the government is admitting UFOs are real. Cathy warned about this exact playbook 30 years ago.
Yeah, and we have where is he at? No, what's his name? Duncan interviewing Jeremy Corbell, where he goes into all of it as if he knows. I gotta get new headphones too, so I'm checking out everyone's gear. Been looking at microphones too, but God, I don't want something right in my face. S&B 7.
Use alien narratives to create helplessness. Show people technology they can't
I'm gonna
comprehend.
give you guys something nice to hear, something warm. I know that mine's a little bit low production, a little bit lower quality, but yeah, still something. But you can do better.
Make them believe the threat is beyond human capability. Whether UFOs are real or not isn't the point. The point is how the narrative is being used. If people believe we're facing an alien threat, they'll accept solutions they'd never accept otherwise. Global cooperation, centralized control, giving up freedoms for protection. If people believe their own governments have been hiding this for 80 years, they'll believe their governments are powerless, that we need something bigger, something global. Cathy's saying, don't fall for it. These criminals are people. The technology is human. The threat is human.
Oh, there it is.
And human.
This is what I was referring to.
That we need something bigger, something global. Cathy's saying, don't fall for it. These criminals are people. The technology is human. The threat is human. And humans can be stopped. But only if you don't let them convince you
Only
it's beyond your
human.
realm to affect. Johnston used alien narratives to make her feel powerless. But according to Cathy, he wasn't the one giving the orders. That came from much higher up.
The people that were involved were following directions from George Bush. I don't purport to know it all. I don't purport to know that George Bush is at the very top of all this, but he is as high up as I knew. It was my experience that Ronald Reagan answered to George Bush, not robotically, not under mind control, but willingly, because George Bush was respected for what he knew about bringing in the New World Order. Consider his past. George Bush first began with the United Nations. Then he went on to head our CIA. Then he ran our country through 3 administrations that I'm aware of, the Reagan administration, his administration, and the Clinton administration, because Reagan and Clinton both answered to him.
The Bush family reigned over American foreign policy at the highest level for over 30 years, and Cathy claims she witnessed them planning one of the biggest policy shifts in American history. We're talking about NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. But according to Cathy, it wasn't about free trade of goods. It was about opening the borders for free movement of drugs and trafficking of children. And the child trafficking Cathy's describing got personal because her daughter Kelly was born directly into the program.
It was 1980 and my daughter Kelly was born. She was born directly into the MK Ultra Mind Control Project on a much higher level, a more sophisticated technological level than I was subjected to. In addition to trauma, she was subjected.
Yeah, they ain't my gods, okay? You know, they worship these aliens and demons and all that. Go for it.
To harmonic mind control programming on NASA installations literally since birth. before her brain even had a chance to form.
Harmonic
What?
programming, frequency-based technology, not just psychological trauma, but actually using sound waves and electromagnetic frequencies to structure her brain development from infancy. NASA wasn't just about space exploration. Multiple
Right.
whistleblowers have testified about mind control research happening at NASA facilities, harmonic frequencies, electromagnetic
Wow.
manipulation, all classified.
And look at the submersible. Yeah, that spacecraft.
Facilities, harmonic frequencies, electromagnetic manipulation, all classified. Kelly never had a chance. Her brain was being programmed before she could form memories. They didn't just program Kelly's thoughts or memories, they programmed her autonomic nervous system, the part of the brain that controls breathing without you thinking about it, that keeps your heart beating while you sleep. Cathy claims they can put a kill switch in those automatic functions.
Mind control has advanced to the point where they know the ins and outs of the brain and the mind so well that they know how to program not only the subconscious, but to go into the primitive mind, the very area of our mind where blinking, breathing, and circulatory, heartbeat, all that is
Inception.
regulated. And they could go in there and put death programs in place. In my daughter's case, it was respiratory failure, so that in the event that she ever had cause to remember, which they never expected
What?
could happen, but in espionage, that can happen. We've heard of that, where the brainwashed and where they have the memory access. So they wouldn't have to take the old cyanide pill anymore like they used to, like spies used to. Instead, they would just simply go into respiratory failure, circulatory failure, and no information would be released at all. There was no chance.
Now, what if what if that was happening to some of the people that were nah, never mind. I was gonna say, what if it that had happened to the people that were just dropping after shortly after COVID? They're on TV and all of a sudden they just keeled over. But that was from LJB.
Of the information getting out that way. Since my daughter was being raised was genetically and mind control being brought up to be in espionage, she had that program in place and it went into effect. Because of the medical attention that she needed, she became quickly thrust into the illegal and immoral custody of the state of Tennessee, where she remains today.
A man named Mark Phillips, who had worked in intelligence and understood how these programs operated, rescued Cathy and Kelly in 1988. They took them to Alaska for safety. Cathy started remembering and recovering, but the harmonic programming in Kelly made her recovery different, more complicated. As Kelly started to remember, her body started shutting down. The death program activated. She went into respiratory failure. Her brain, programmed since infancy, was literally stopping her from breathing because she was remembering things she was supposed to forget. She was rushed to Humana Hospital in Anchorage, Alaska, an 8-year-old girl suffocating because her own mind had been weaponized against her. The doctors couldn't understand what was happening. Conventional medicine had no answer for harmonic programming, and that's when the state stepped in and Tennessee took custody of her.
The violations of laws and rights that proliferated in her so-called legal case were extensive. We had one clean district attorney that went in and told the judge that he was violating constitutional rights and human rights in my daughter's case, and cited law after law after law, and the judge interrupted him and said, but laws do not apply in this case for reasons of national security. This certainly raises a question. What does national security have to do with a documented, validated, and proven rape and molestation of a child's mind and body?
Cathy mentions at the beginning of her testimony that they have over 27,000 documents, government insider testimony, medical records, more than enough evidence for any legal procedure, including congressional investigation. But the blanket of national security prevented them from obtaining justice. What happened to Kelly after this testimony is unclear from my research. Cathy has continued speaking publicly and fighting for awareness, but Kelly's current status and whereabouts aren't publicly documented.
These criminals that are in control of our country operate on the philosophy that secret knowledge equals power. Many government secrets and personal reputations were staked on the belief that I could not be deprogrammed to remember those things that I was supposed to forget. They were wrong. For as intelligent as these perpetrators are, they're limited in their thinking by their own immorality. They don't have wisdom. They don't think deep. And they never considered the strength of the human spirit. They never considered what would happen when a good man like Mark Phillips gained knowledge of their secrets and used them to restore a mind rather than control one.
Cathy O'Brien has been telling this exact story for over 30 years. She's published books, given public speeches, named presidents, senators, and prime ministers, and she's never been sued for defamation, and she's never recanted. If you're a powerful politician,
Wow.
and someone publicly accuses you of child abuse and trafficking, you sue. You destroy their credibility in court, unless you can't. Unless discovery means testimony under oath. Unless it opens doors that have to stay closed. With everybody talking about the Epstein files recently, I wanted to show people that this information is nothing new. Cathy O'Brien has been shouting it from the rooftops for 30 years. Whether you believe every detail of her story or not, the framework she's describing keeps proving itself true. MK Ultra happened. Epstein happened. The system exists.
Yep.
And the truth is, their secrets only have power in darkness.
Now that I'm in control of my own mind and ultimately my free will,
I wish the rest of America was like that. I wish Americans, I wish the world was like that now. Okay, I don't think that anyone's really in control of their mind right now. They're acting so crazy.
Yes.
now that I'm in control of my own mind and ultimately my free will, I'm telling everything that I witnessed and saw and heard and photographically recorded behind the scenes of this New World Order effort. By telling their secrets, their power is eroding.
Well, there you are. And gives a new meaning to Disclosure Day. Okay, they're trying to spin it, thinking disclosure is about aliens. No. It's about all the shitty things, illegal things that you've done, horrible things. And then they're trying to cloak it in alien warfare. Oh, Jan finally caught up. Nice. So there you have it. That was a good one. Cathy O'Brien. Now I thought it again quite interesting that we were just talking about the Finders cult, and then they came out with one. They streamed this the same day that we were streaming. So that they must have seen this one too, because this is what was talking about that. Something wicked behind these celebrity deaths, and there's been a lot of them recently. Oh, do share on both accounts, Jan and Mark. Robert Byrd. Phil Schneider's Alien War. Let's check that out too. And what about James Gunn? Seen the tweets that he did back in the day? Some sick shit about kids and little boys. Oh man. Okay. So Jan says, wow. Jeez, can I even say this? Um, his granddaughter, his granddaughter went to the school I taught. This is not me saying that. Uh, she was always going to Capital to meet the Dalai Lama. Oh, oh my. Okay, oh, jeez. Should I Google it? I don't be Googling daughters, granddaughters, but she saw the Dalai Lama several times. Oh my God. Is that him? Robert Bird? Yeah. Oh, what? Wait. Okay. She saw the Dalai Lama. Robert Bird's granddaughter saw the Dalai Lama several times, according to our chat. Oh, I don't want to dox you, um, but it was her grandfather who probably heard her. She committed self-deletion. How old was she? Wow. Wasn't Mother Teresa all about the kids too? $14. God. Oh God. Hmm. Crazy. All right. Well, that is disturbing. And what, Mark, what was your what are you talking about, the Phil Schneider Alien War one? Wow. Well, Jen, we're I mean, uh, how long ago was this? Oh, here you go. Wow. Several grandchildren. It's unbelievable how many people believe these. Oh, really? There's people who believe that the the files are a lie or conspiracy. Wow. Is this the video that you're talking about? Wow, that's crazy, Jan. Wow. And right, and it's as we are realizing that these uh self deletions are not that at all. Um,
Today's episode of the Y Files is brought to you by Established Titles. Everyone's heard of Area 51, the top secret facility in the Nevada desert. But nobody really knows what happens there. We have only rumors. One rumor is that alien bodies have been recovered from UFO crashes. Those aliens have been autopsied and the subjects of medical experiments for years. But have you ever heard of Dulce Base? Dulce is more secret than Area 51, and more sinister. If Area 51 is the place where humans experiment on aliens, Dulce is the place where aliens experiment on us.
Oh, I'm reading back in your chat here. Mark, you said that that's the video Dulce incident. Was there another one that I... Are you talking about this one right here? Phil Schneider gives a congressional hearing about the incident. Okay. Oh, grainy looking of a man. Oh, okay. So the same thing, huh? Okay. See, we got some audio here.
There are.
All right, let's see here. I've got live chat. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, I got live chat selected. Am I missing something? Yeah, let me know if I missed a chat. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. All right, here we are. The Dulce base. Is it Dulce? Dolce? Dolce? Dolce Cabana. Ay, Dios mío, Dulce base. Oh, the aliens. Oh, no, no me gusta. Necesito mucho dinero porque Dulce base. All right, what we got here? Bill Schneider was 17, has 17 years experience working in the government black projects, carrying a level 3 security clearance. Oh yeah, level 3 or 33. Formerly as a government geologist and engineer, he worked in the black projects. Racist. Underground bases at Area 51, S4, and Los Alamos. He co-invented methods used in shaped charge explosive research to facilitate the building of underground military bases as well as submarine bases. Phil is one of only 3 survivors of of the now infamous alien-human war at Dulce, New Mexico, and the Los Alamos underground bases, where 66 government agents and workers lost their lives in August of 1979.
You're in for a treat. Phil Schneider has 17 years experience working in the government black projects.
Dulce, okay.
He carried a level 3 security clearance. He's a
What is that? What did you sing a little hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Oh, we'd like to welcome. Thank you for coming this evening. We would like to welcome Schneider. Down from the land in the ice and snow. Like, what are you playing on that? Play some Skinner. Freebird. Why? You got a guitar, dude. Oh my god.
Projects. He carried a level 3 security.
Everyone used to look like this. Everyone used to look like this.
Clearance. He's a former government geologist and engineer in the black projects, underground bases at areas 51, S4, and Los Alamos. He's going to expand your mind here this morning. Please welcome Mr. Phil Schneider.
I'm Phil Schneider. I spent 17 years in black budget programs. Government geologist, as engineer, structural engineer with aerospace applications. Self-taught metallurgist, became kind of famous in my own right.
Sounds like Bob Lazar.
I basically would have a set of notes here, but they're unavailable. All this melee. Up here I have different artifacts explaining some of them are alien metals that have been produced both on this planet and the confines of outer space that are now used in all stealth aircraft. All stealth aircraft, for instance, all black jets, what you're seeing of black helicopters and the like, the skins and the coatings and the residues that are used predominantly in the aircraft themselves, in the airframes and the rotor blades and the fans, and in some cases in submarines, special titanium hulls in the Phoenix class submarines now. All this has come from alien technology. 1947 is what the public has been told. Something crashed in the back.
Do you have some experience? Some experience in that, wizard?
Yard in New Mexico.
Yeah, his face is looking a bit alien.
Place called Roswell, New Mexico. Unfortunately, that's what the public's been told. The military's known about the alien question for the better part of 70 years, and they first saw their glimpse of what was going on as early as 1909 in the American Southwest. Army cavalry evidently were chasing some bandits, and they entered this cave. They were holed up in a cave, and what they found in there was flying discs and little gray guys and all kinds of weird things, and they didn't know how to explain that, and they wrote them down as best they could, and it's been in secret archives ever since. That's up in down by the Truth or Consequences area of New Mexico. Well, the alien thing is more than just a what I'd call a non-visible threat. We on the surface, first of all information dealing with alien or alien reproduced technology or alien reproduced vehicles or any other kinds of things well hidden from the American public. Our black budget, for instance, garners $1.023 trillion every 2 years. It's over $500 billion a year. Right now, there are 131 active deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide. Each one has an average ground military bases in the United active. Right now, there are 131 active.
And I guarantee you, with Elon Musk being the face of the government funded projects, the Boring Company has probably built quite a few more.
Deep underground military bases in the United States. There's 1,477 of them worldwide. Each one has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. Each one is built in the site. It used to be it'd take a year to 2 years to build each one, and now they're capable of building a couple of them a year with sophisticated methods. My colleague Al Bielek has actually been on some of the high-speed railways, the magneto-leviton trains that connect all the deep underground military bases within the United States. He's been on a Mach
What about
2 train and floats off of a single rail at a 3/4 of an inch off the rail. And
let me check something here. Let me see. One second here. Oh, Megalith, huh? The temple. Trying to find. Where's the. It's them in the train cart. So they are transporting children. There's always so many kids in films back then. Yeah, the kid being, the main focus. Be interesting to go back and take a look at this one now too. I mean, Bromovic? Eating the heart. Russia, USA, and Canada have been working on an underground tunnel to connect America to Europe. Oh wow. $50 bill. $50 bill, yeah. Oh yeah, and yeah, exactly. And the emerald green tablet. Oh wait, that's um yeah, I heard that spiritual spirit science thing, the green tablet of Thoth. Um, and then didn't Indiana Jones do the alien one? Is that what you're talking about? Is that the Emerald Tablet, also known as Smaragdine Tablet of the Tabula Smaragdine. It's a compact encrypted text traditionally attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figures Hermes Trismegistus, the Trice, great. I thought that was Indiana Jones related. Oh, you are saying that that's connected to Indiana Jones too? Did they find that in the movie? No. Let's take a look at this here.
As what you'd call high tech. We have nothing like this on the surface. The public to call high tech. We have nothing like this.
Not getting the audio. 1 second, folks.
On the surface. The public basically has been totally lied to. We're considered stupid or even moronic in some cases. It's got to stop. If we're going to gain our country back, we must.
Oh, in the green tablet, it mentions there being a ship under the pyramids. Wow. Yeah. Well, it did show, at least there's a release of those, the underground imaging of the radar images of those pylons under the Great Pyramid.
Must, and I repeat, must regain, we must instill in our public officials, anybody that goes and does public service, they must tell us the truth. If they cannot do this, then they must be impeached, or they must be removed from office. If this cannot occur, if the truth cannot totally come out, there are reasons for secrecy, for instance, but if the truth cannot totally come out, what's the use in us having anything called freedom? Okay, now I have pictures here that I'm going to show you during the break and artifacts, and I ask you to kind of look at them but not handle them. I have actual crashed retriever metal from Roswell, New Mexico. It's going to be a dime on the floor. Some 7,000 off of the. It's in a non-crystalline form. This is just kind of a dripping off of out of the main crucible.
Oh.
Here's a crystalline example. It's in the scalenohedral
passing it
crystalline
around.
form. We got this from the large grays technology. This is grown in the confines of outer space, which has not quite a super vacuum, but by the way, this is capable of withstanding temperatures in excess of 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's great for certain parts of aircraft.
Wow.
This kind of material I work with on a daily basis. Up here we have a transparency of Groom Lake.
Oh, I miss those transparencies. Get a color on
Groom
them.
Lake is where the infamous Area 51, S4, S2.
And then after being on the thing so long, then it folds from the heat of the lamp. Nice. Okay, well, we'll take a look at that. See.
By telling their secrets, their power is eroding.
Uh-oh.
In 1995, a woman stood in front of an audience and named names. She named presidents, senators, prime ministers, CIA directors. She described operations most people didn't know existed. She detailed mind control programs involving trauma, hypnosis, and the systematic fracturing of human consciousness. Her name is Cathy O'Brien, and she claims to be a survivor of MK Ultra mind control at the presidential
Where's that
level.
coming from?
To arm yourselves with knowledge about a tool that's being covertly used to usher in.
Okay. Well, you can mute it, but where's that come from? All right. Well, what were we watching? Oh yeah, this one too.
Dulce is a town in New Mexico near the Colorado border on the Jicarilla Apache Reservation. Though the town is small, with fewer than 3,000 people, the area has the largest number of UFO sightings per capita in the world. The stories of strange lights and objects in the sky go back as far as the first people to inhabit the area thousands of years ago. Newer stories claim there's an underground base within the Archuleta Mesa near Dulce. though there's never been hard evidence.
Get some baritone in your voice. In your voice. Jeez. And also, no. And baritone. And dulce. And
Evidence of this base. There are quite a few people who have come forward over the years that indicate something is happening in the area. There are witnesses who claim to have worked on the construction of the base, worked at the base.
Stop talking like a kid. Are you a children's show? The Y files. Why are you talking like a PDF file?
And some who've seen it from the air. There are even people who have claimed to have seen the base from the inside after being taken there against their will. In 1975, a rancher in Dulce called the police in a panic. One of his cattle had been killed. At first, he thought it was a predator, but predators don't do this. Officer Gabe Valdez responded to the call. He couldn't believe what he found. The cow was drained of all its blood and had undergone a procedure where many of its organs were surgically removed.
Yeah, sounds like a satanic ritual.
And around the cow's carcass were tracks in the soil that looked like they came from the feet of a tripod. Next to each of the tracks, the ground was scorched, indicating there was an aircraft that could take off and land vertically. In the tracks, there was a yellow, oily substance that couldn't be identified by any lab. It seemed as if the tripods, whatever they were, followed.
Remember, all those cows dying, like during COVID, just like hundreds, if not thousands, of cows just like died. And there's video footage of people driving by farms and they're all just dead.
The cow for about 600 feet. Valdez was able to see where the cow had struggled before this happened. Valdez knew this was a little outside of his lane, so he contacted Dr. Howard Burgess of Sandia National Labs. Dr. Burgess arrived 72 hours later to assist. Though 3 days had passed, the cow wasn't decomposing, and predators and scavengers wouldn't go near it. And at some point during those 3 days, one of the cow's ears was removed. Over the following months, 17 animals would be killed this way. All were missing their lymph nodes, all were missing multiple organs, and all taken surgically. All the animals were drained of blood, and the little blood that remained wouldn't clot, not even after several days. Soon, investigators started to become sick. 7 people who visited the ranch complained about headaches and nausea. This gave Dr. Burgess the idea to test radiation levels in the area, and radiation was twice what it should be. And during this time, investigators working at night saw orange lights moving silently in the sky. Investigators working during the day saw black helicopters circling overhead. Valdez wondered if this was more than a local phenomenon. He looked for cases of animal mutilation in the surrounding areas, and over the course of a few years, an estimated 8,000 animal mutilations were reported. Now, I was able to find the official FBI report on this, which I'll link below. And despite everything I've told you about the condition of these animals, the FBI said, quote, "It was consistent with predator action, and there is no federal interest in continuing an investigation."
The only predator that can do this is the predator.
What predator is that?
Well, you know, from the movies, with the face like a scungeel.
Funny you bring that up. Where was...
Clean your microphone. Oh my God. Look at that filth. You spend all this time cleaning yourself up, won't you? Get rid of that disgusting dirt that you got on your microphone there.
is that predator from?
Another planet?
Well,
Oh, if it bleeds, we can kill it!
What?
Paul Benowitz was born in 1927, and when World War pursuing his Kirtland Air Force Base is a massive complex spanning over 80 square miles. Over 20,000 people work on the base. Kirtland also happens to be the largest storage facility for nuclear weapons in the West.
All right. Yep. A little bit of alien disclosure. Although I suppose maybe Aliens is a little bit better, a little bit lighter to watch than some of this abuse stuff. Let's watch. Mark, do you find that? Oh, here he is. He's going to talk about that interview there. Do you find that this video will serve well, or should we go to the source?
Eastern Hemisphere. On the grounds are the Manzano Mountains, and under the Manzanos are 80.
I feel like this would give me a bit of a broader knowledge base to get me up to speed on it.
Underground bunkers, including a presidential emergency shelter. Connecting the bunkers are over 40 separate tunnels, though nobody knows for sure how many. The people who built the facility were not allowed to tell anyone about what they were working on. Paul Benowitz was a gifted engineer and was interested in UFOs. From Paul's second-floor balcony, he observed and filmed strange lights in the sky. He also recorded radio transmissions that seemed to be alien in origin. Paul occasionally worked for several UFO groups, including the Aerial Phenomena Research Organization known as APRO. And even though UFO research wasn't yet mainstream, APRO was a respected organization known for scientifically grounded research. In 1979, Paul attended a conference in Albuquerque where he met Officer Gabe Valdez. They traded stories about cattle mutilations, alien abductions, and UFO sightings that were happening in the area. Gabe Valdez and Paul Benowitz struck up a friendship. Valdez was basically the go-to cop for any strange phenomenon in the area, and Paul was compiling more and more data that aliens were real, were here, and were very interested in Kirtland Air Force Base. In 1980, Valdez caught the Myrna Hansen case and asked Paul Benowitz for help. Myrna Hansen claimed to have had a terrifying experience. When she was driving to her home in Eagles Nest, New Mexico, both she and her son saw 2 UFOs over a field. They left the car running and got out to take a closer look. They saw a cow grazing in the field get lifted into one of the UFOs by a beam of light. The next thing she knew, Myrna and her son were back in the car, the engine off, and hours had passed. And what happened during those hours, she had trouble remembering. And what she did remember, she had trouble discussing. So Gabe and Paul brought in a psychology professor to place Myrna under hypnosis to see if she could access these suppressed memories. The hypnosis session began, and based on what Myrna Hansen remembered, she had every reason to be terrified.
Disclosure.
Myrna Hansen remembered that as she was driving and saw very bright lights in the sky, she and her son got out of the car to see what they were. The lights were coming from a floating craft and were affecting a herd of cattle. One cow seemed to be struggling and panicking as it was levitated up into one of the objects. Then she remembered that she was abducted and given a thorough and very violating physical examination. And though her abductors never spoke, she recalls hearing them in her mind. They said she was taken by accident, but now that she was here, they had no choice but to continue with the procedure. She described their appearance as what we now call a gray alien. She also reported being taken to an underground base, and there she saw body parts floating in vats of bubbling liquid, and she remembered a terrible smell.
Man, there's so many people who have said this kind of stuff, but you know, this is also something that is said to be known for people who have died and said that they've gone to heaven and back. Like they said that they in this facility or this building with body parts, limbs and and different extra body parts. Have you guys heard that? Am I the only one?
The alien abduction stories are unfortunately.
So I wonder if, if they, maybe that. Maybe they got abducted or something. I don't know. Or I mean, there's got to be a connection.
Fortunately fairly common now, but in 1980, this was very unusual. Then Myrna remembered something really disturbing, something that could be confirmed. She said a device was surgically implanted into her body, and she believed this was so the aliens could track her and control her mind.
Like Total Recall. I'm just like, pulling right out of his, ooh, man. It's like you're getting the COVID test. Pulling out the device. Ooh, man. Yeah, it was military. They're testing new technology. Then sent her to Brighter Days for their erasure program, along with Ariana Grande, sitting next to that witchy little skinny black lady.
Now, this could be checked. Myrna was taken to the nearby Lovelace Medical Center and x-rayed. At the base of her skull, right where she said it would be, was the implant. Myrna also had a very faint scar on the back of her neck. Now, to be fair, the doctors thought it was a natural growth, though they didn't know what kind. The doctors might not have been convinced, but Myrna Hansen, Gabe Valdez, and Paul Benowitz were. There was an alien presence focused on the Kirtland Air Force Base and on the town of Dulce not far away. Now remember, Paul Benowitz was reporting everything he saw to the Air Force. Richard Doty, an agent working for the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, or OSI, was assigned to Paul's case. And Doty and Paul spent so much time together that they became personal friends. Paul showed Richard Doty sketches that Myrna Hansen made of what she saw while she was abducted. She drew hallways, elevators, rooms, and laboratories.
Oh.
Then Doty confirmed.
Kind of like,
I found something.
Okay. What did you find?
Found a place. It's massive in there. It just goes on and on and on. All these
like the fifth dimension.
This place built, though. Actually, more like it remembers them.
Sorry.
And the more times it remembers something, the less it does. The less it does. Be more like it.
What if that's not even? What if that's not even Val Kilmer? Um. You know, like that. Again, that small door. Small door of Alice in Wonderland. Yeah. Looks like I'm getting a warning from my stream showing this. So
A CIA base.
That her drawings match the Manzano weapons storage complex, which was an underground facility. And over the next...
So it's almost like, see, an underground facility. Now, saying that this is someone's...
Doty sketches that Myrna Hansen made of what she saw while she was abducted.
So then, you know, the sketches of someone else trying to describe when she was abducted and just feeling being pulled down, going underground. Yeah, getting too close. Now, I don't know much about the back rooms. I'm familiar with them, but I don't know much about them. But isn't there some kind of like alien kind of thing walking around? The more times they remember something, the less it does. I mean, oops, sorry. It's a satanic ritual right here. It's being, I wonder if he's undergone hypnosis. He's self-hypnotizing.
She drew hallway.
Oh, excuse me. That's what I was saying. So what if this, yeah. Here, let me play the other one while we see this one. Sorry to be flipping through the pages like this.
Elevators, rooms, and laboratories. Then Doty confirmed that her drawings matched the Manzano weapons storage complex, which was an underground facility. And over the next 20 years, more and more information would emerge that confirmed not only are aliens on Earth, but they're also working with the United States government. But when did this partnership begin? And why would the government be working with aliens, and for what goal? Well, in 1995, we would get our answer when Phil Schneider, an engineer who helped build Dulce Base, blew the whistle. Oh. And it's darker than you could possibly imagine. 2021, the Pentagon budget was $750 billion. And since 1996, the American military has received $8.5 trillion in taxpayer dollars and never has had to account for any of it. In 2016, an investigation discovered that the Pentagon was covering up $125 billion in so-called wasted dollars. Now, if the military budget comes up short in a given year, whatever number that is just written in. It's called a plug, and then boom, balanced budget.
You try that with your taxes and see how that works out for you.
Well, they throw you in jail. But there's evidence that the money is not being wasted. It's actually part of the Pentagon's black budget. In 1995, at the Preparedness Expo, Phil Schneider blew the whistle on one of the most secret black budget programs in history.
Oh.
On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles, hollowed out underground. We were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes. Some of them ran 2.5 miles under the surface. The equipment kept coming up broken. So we wanted to go down and we wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, to find out what was going on.
In 1979, Schneider was working for Morrison Knudsen on a geology team, digging exploratory shafts for a new underground base in Dulce. And the
Okay. Let's watch it.
It was originally a bombing range, a nuclear test site. It was later become the most secret base in the United States. It employs over 18,000 workers who work in shifts of 12 hours at a whack. Most of them work in the cover of darkness, like us. We built 9 underground military bases there, each with an average capacity capable of basically a city underground, roughly 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground. They have boring machines, for instance. Boring.
Boring.
They don't bore.
The Boring Company. There you go. So I was saying, 2017, Russia and Vladimir Putin declared open war on alien entities. They said U.S. is working with alien overlords in exchange for alien technology. They're trading people. Wow, they're trading people for the technology? Yeah, I wonder if the technology is going to be it's almost like time travel, but through consciousness. It's going to be quantum technology where you'd be able to kind of crest hop on the quantum waves. You skip across time. And that's a whole what the Germans were doing too, right? Doing all the Hitler and the Nazis trying to do a bunch of satanic rituals so that they can obtain information about alien technology. Damn. Now they say alien, but then that's when they then interchange it between alien or God, like as in a little g, and or a demon. So they're communicating, and you're able to get these downloads of this information. And develop your own theories. Mine's called flex theory. You incorporate your spine. And you have to bend in a spline like that. And then it activates your crown chakra, and then you can travel.
They literally vitrify and melt the rock, deflagrate the rock. It's a very sophisticated laser.
And time dilation too. You know, and that's why there's going to be these parallel universes and you get to exist in your own kind of time warp. The subjective experience inside out. I mean, it's basically like an AI algorithm.
Melting and deflagrating system. It reduces the rock to a powder and then melts the remaining rock as a coating on the inside of the base, so you don't have to use gunite cements and other kinds of things like that. That's all old hat now. Technology is just basically the new technology we get is the old hat of the military. I'm going to be real brief about it. I carried a level 1 security clearance, the Rylate 38 Factor. There are very few of us. There's nobody except myself, to my knowledge, talking like this.
That's what Vladimir Putin said during his trial for crimes against humanity. Wow. Yeah. Where's Fauci's? Like, when's his trials?
Nobody. I'm breaking the law. I'm breaking world as well as federal law. Coming out and even talking about this to a group of people. I love my country more than I love my life. 2 weeks ago, I was shot in the shoulder. I don't want to gore you women out, but I was shot in the shoulder up here. I recently have become friends of a.
Oh. Now, if I go back here and look, Wizard, didn't you say something about that? About him? I mean, you mentioned that so you're saying that because you had mentioned before that you had gotten shot in the hand, or that you shot yourself in the hand. But were you referring to him as the one getting shot too? Okay. I'm trying to find what he had said about it. Keep in mind, this dude might have accidentally shot himself in the hand, and the story is easier for him than admitting to that. Okay, yeah, I figured you'd be tongue in cheek about it. Okay, yeah. You'll be able to play piano again someday. Oh, we got a old banjo wizard. And a comedian.
A retired FBI agent who took me under the wing. He says, I've never seen a person braver than you. And I said, well, there's more coming. Our Patriot movement in the United States is going to pick up the ball, and we are going to kick the parasites out. First of all, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, a few other founding fathers, Patrick.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned that. And that's an actual thing. I've never heard of that.
Henry, to mention a few.
Or it is.
All had visions that these United States is going to live 700 years from where they were standing, and that was somewhere around the late 1700s, early 1800s, around the 700. And Thomas Jefferson, a few other founding fathers, Patrick Henry, to mention a few, all had visions that these United States is going to live 700 years from where they were standing, and that was somewhere around the late 1700s, early 1800s. So you can count this country. This country isn't going to go to a new world order. I believe firmly in constitutional law.
Was that make it 2030? Or what would that? No, 2300. What would that?
Skilled at it, and that's my embarrassment. But I'm gonna be real blunt about it. The government that is now instilled in ruling over us are ruling as we're serfs and kings and queens.
24
now, that's a feudal system. That isn't even a democracy. We are now being ruled by an autocracy and a technocracy. In other words, technical knowledge as rules as king, with a feudal type system. Feudal systems haven't been used in the last 350 years, and they're coming back like gangbusters. If we are complacent, if we do not speak out in droves, and I'm not just talking about me, I'm talking about a bunch of us getting together and getting on this stump and loving our country more than we love our lives, getting on, some of us are going to get killed. I almost got killed a couple of weeks ago. Hadn't been for an FBI, a retired FBI man, who risked his life, his career, everything, put it all on the line, and he didn't know me from Adam. A week prior to that, he listened to one of my tapes I gave up in Post Falls, Idaho, and I'm going to be very blunt about it. He said that we need a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. And I remember, when was it? I remember when they were starting to make the 2020 project back in like 98, 2000. They were showing that in all the like major cities. Like every city had a 2020 project. Yeah, and that was like what was supposed to be like the whole COVID thing too, or the pandemic. And they changed it to 2030, huh?
More of you, but unfortunately we're not getting anybody. Well, I'm not the best speaker in the world, but I'm trying to relay to you that we need to get out and seriously get the message out. These shows are great. This hall should be absolutely packed, standing room only, and we should be getting the message out to as many people as we can with as many shows as is it possibly to reach? There are many is the
5
public.
million
We gotta get on
views.
talk shows. We've got to get on news shows.
5 million
TV
subscribers.
shows, and we
5
have
million
to really
views.
get the message out. And I think we're doing it.
Wow.
But it's a little
Impressive.
bit slow in the first part. That's just that part of what I want to say. In working with the black projects, I was very loyal. I was picked because I was very strong mentally. There's a bunch of us that were picked because we don't crack under pressure. We don't freak under
Black don't
pressure,
crack.
so to speak. Everyday events don't bother us. Now, I was
The blacker the
involved
berry,
in something
the sweeter
very
the juice.
controversial, almost totally unbelievable to most of you. Some of you are religious people. I think all religions have a time and a place, and they definitely have a place in America. Now, another thing I want to reach to you is that during the unbelievable part, I was involved in building another base inside of Dulce, New Mexico, which is Los Alamos Laboratory. It's a biological laboratory. On the southwest part of the Archuleta Mesa, we built an underground facility, a better part of 3 cubic miles hollowed out underground. Then to the southwest of that, we were in the process of the early stages of building. We drilled 4 large tunnel-like holes. Some of them ran 2.5 miles under the surface. Number of the original wells or drilling machines that were used were at the rate of 2 miles a day. It was fairly rapid. The equipment kept coming up broken. So we wanted to go down, we wanted to send somebody down there, a human observer, or human observers in this case, to find out what was going on. Well, to our total surprise, first of all, the government knew all about it. They didn't tell anybody. When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up, the gig was up. First of all, I knew all about the alien agenda. I'll explain that in a few minutes. The large alien grays had been encamped there for as best as believed possible about 400 or 500 years. It had been one of their internal bases. And we drilled holes right on top of it. All the stinking air, all the black sooty air came right out as soon as the first hole was sunk, and all this soot came up, and well, that's when all the hell broke loose, really, all started. Anyway, after we drilled all 4 holes, it took about 2 days to drill all 4 of them. And when you build an underground base, you drill 4 basic holes, and you build called stopes or cross-member holes across, and you use blasting equipment, and special blasting equipment by the analyzation of the rock formation.
Mark's going to lead a campaign down there.
Tunnel out, or deflagrate or melt rock out to build the large rooms that are required for this underground base. Well, in this process, I was lowered down the basket of one of these holes, and about from me to this elderly woman here in the front was sitting a 7-foot-tall alien gray. The stench was worse than the worst garbage can you can imagine. The person the entity was absolutely horrible. I didn't waste any time. I reached for my pistol. At that time, as an engineer, I didn't have time to carry all the folderol of one of these big submachine guns that all the sea spray and the yellow fruit and all the outer perimeter and inner perimeter security people carried. I carried a little Walther PPK pistol with a 9-shot clip. This was in late August of 1979. Now, you got a regular suit of clothes. You got a regular clothes on, plus you're in almost like a spacesuit environment, and you're reaching for a gun. It's not the easiest thing to do, and then to pop a clip in it and start shooting. And I killed 2 of them. Yes, they're mortal, and they do die. However, one of them did this. All I remember is that he just kind of waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I know, this blue beam hit me and just literally opened me up like a fish. And burnt my fingers right off of me. And it was some form of electrical force, because the kind of like being hit by a lightning bolt burned all my toenails off of me. Completely crispy crittered my left foot. Burnt the shoe right off of me. All I remember is the smoking remains, and I'm still conscious, but in and out of, I didn't remember much. And there was a Green Beret that was right behind me that risked his life. In fact, he died. But he risked his life. He shoved me back in the basket and hit the button.
Nice. Yep. Draconians live underground. The alien greys live in the tunnels, bringing food / people down to the Draconians. They give technology. So the aliens go. Wow. So that's hell then, huh? The pit of hell, people in the the Temple of Doom. So you're saying that the aliens are basically the mediator between humans or whoever are trying to summon the Draconians? Interesting. Or do they? Or does heaven and hell exist? For sure.
And took me up.
I
wouldn't be alive
for sure in
talking to you today.
In the metaphysical sense, or the mental. But maybe people were trying to, they're summoning these demons and trying to get technology. What did Steve Jobs do to get his knowledge? Now, Steve Jobs and you notice how quickly Elon Musk came onto the same scene right after Steve Jobs died? I had heard one thing about Elon Musk. I was aware of PayPal and those hideous vehicles. The old Teslas they were called Teslas, right? Really weird looking ones. But it seems like it's almost like the powers that be wanted us to have another tech god to worship. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. They said Jesus Christ went down into hell, to the pits. Yeah. Like to get the key, the technology. Oh, the sunlight kills the Draconians, and that's why. So if the sunlight kills the Draconians, that's why Bill Gates wants to dim the sun so that they can become surface dwellers. Wow. Wild.
I'm forever indebted. He lost his wife. 66 Secret Service agents, Green Berets, Black Berets, crack troops lost their lives because the government, our United States government, lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious. It's been going on since that time. Since late August of 1979, our military, the Russian military...
Richard says this is all make believe. Now, in what aspect? The totality, the good and evil, heaven and hell, God and Satan, alien technology, and human sacrificing. Vril, yeah. What is it? Yeah, everything starts from the mind, and then is created. So it is make believe, and I'm not trying to be, too tongue in cheek on that, but that's what it is. So it starts in the mind, and you create it. Now, we were just plopped on this earth, this plane of existence. There was just, a very small chance that you were born where you're born now, and you could have been born in a different country, and you would have had a whole other different type of belief system ingrained into you, and especially before the internet, and you would have a whole thought processy created by your culture. And yeah, I can see that those beliefs are a way to keep people in control, and it's a good way to predict people's behavior if they're all believing the same kind of thing. So yeah, it can be, but the same way that we just so happened to be born when we were and where we were, we don't really know what the world was like. Thousands of years ago. We have ideas, but you can see that even things that have happened just 2 weeks ago, there's misinterpretations of things. There's, so imagine thousands of years ago. And our means of communication has changed. And with that, we have to adapt to the constraints that it gives us with the expanded ability to communicate. You know, we used to write things down, pen and paper, pencil, or scribe it. Everything was a scroll before. Now everything's cut and everything's rectangular and square. We've lost the circle. And we sacrifice the circle for efficiency and mass production. So that everything is cut straight and it's predictable, mass produced. But we used to have these different means of communication and passing down information. And you would once speak to a crowd of people, and now, this individual here was speaking to a crowd of people, but now through a different means of communication, but something similar, he's able to communicate this to 5 million people. This guy's same message. So if he, during that time, could he have thought of something like this happening? And maybe the people that could maybe think that it's God, or I don't know. I trailed off on the end there, but you get the idea. There's a lot out there that we really don't know. But a way to process this is either by just kind of accepting it, or you have to reject it, and you have to find a way to, or you have to find a way to orientate yourself. And a lot of people go alien, and I think that's appealing to the atheists and all that. But yeah, I like the question, and I don't really even ask myself that much, and I don't adhere to anything too strongly. I like taking everything in and really seeing. I think everything is saying one thing, and we are just trying to communicate that thing. And if you really think about death, about not existing, maybe heaven is a way to keep you at ease and keep you hopeful or something. But if you actually think about non-existence, you weren't at some point, and then at another point you won't be any longer. And if you really think about that, it, I mean, it can really kind of take, yeah, kind of pull you into that thought. Sometimes I like to think, well, maybe when I was born, I was coming back as me. Because if I think about it now, it's like, man, I'm like Pauly Shore. I'm like, was it all worth it? Um, Now, okay, when our brain stops, we're dead. Okay, so I yes, mm, yeah. What I find interesting is there's there's things that you can unlock genetically, genetic memories or abilities, genetic abilities, or something within our DNA, and you have to undergo certain things, sometimes traumatic events uh, to unlock those doors. And once you do, and if you pass your genes down, well, your kids will have it. Um, uh, they'll have that, and but they wouldn't if it wasn't unlocked before. So with that, I think that there's definitely this continuation that happens even after death, and I think that's obviously through life, through creation, through having a family and kids, and that's a way to pass down this song. Okay, this 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 kind of song that you sing while existing, because there would be a moment where you won't. And I think there's something about the sun, and there's even drawings about or like people having were those like near-death experiences where they're drawing like people kind of floating to the sun, and that they're like coming back to the earth, and like once you die, you actually go to the sun, and then the sun brings you back. Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, and the sun gives life. Yeah, exactly. And I'm, kind of, the acceptance of life is to accept death. So you got to accept the fact that there might not be a heaven or hell, and but you also might not exist any longer, and not sure where I was going with that, but yeah, I like the thought exercise, and it kind of takes a moment to kind of really you got to contemplate it a bit. And when you dive into it, all those questions, well, what about this? What about this? And then there's this and this, and you're like, yep. And then as you bring in all those questions, you acknowledge it, you look at the questions, and you just kind of let it go, and then find that moment where there's not any talking in your head about, what about this? And then another question will come up in your head, and you observe it and just let it go. And then expand the goal is to expand that gap between thought. And the longer that gap is, the longer you are being charged up. And I think in those times is when there's a knowing, and it might be just whatever you're inclined. There's a peace and a knowing. But yeah, but it all comes from acceptance and letting go, surrender. But yeah, I have no way of proving if there's a heaven or hell or that. But I like to think think upon those things occasionally. And when people are coming out with this alien stuff, I wonder if it is a big old distraction. But some people seem to have have quite compelling stories. Oh, there we go. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. Yep. Make the human being. Yep. And spiritual life comes through Christ, and you have a Jesus said the only way to live is to accept him, and you had mentioned something about those who accept the Lord will experience 2 lives here on earth and in heaven. Yep. And our nation was created on those principles. So it's something worth maintaining and fighting for. But I'm really curious as far as this other kind of analogous way of seeing heaven and hell, or at least seeing hell and the demons and all that, or the biblical reference of what hell is, seems very similar to what he seems to be saying about these tunnels and what Mark was saying about the draconians, and that the Greys are in the tunnels and they give the draconians humans to get technology. And are you saying then the aliens then tell the humans? Now, are there human draconian contact, or is it just the Greys that are the mediator? Can't prove Christianity. Have to take it by faith. Yeah, you do have. There's a lot of things that you have to believe. When you say you can't prove Christianity, I'm assuming that maybe like the tenets of it or something. But it's like, can you prove Judaism, or these are Muslims. They'll believe something to unite them, and yeah. No, I'm one that believes that you shouldn't need to have a religious belief to live a moral life. If the only reason why you're moral is only because you're in a religion, then I think that's wrong. I think that morality is part of character and all that. So, and that's why some of the worst predators lurk in those places, in the churches and schools and all that. It's all mythology, religions, man-made construct. Yep. I mean that. Yeah, a lot of people think that too. And I think religion as a whole is like that. But I think all the religions are trying to say something. So it's the something that we're interested in. I'm not questioning whether these are institutions of a way to keep people managed. So I agree with that, and I agree that they're man-made in the sense of and in the deeper religious sense for control, or just to keep people in a common thought. And I think there's actually a lot of harmony to that, because there's not a whole lot of that going on right now. And usually when there's not, all this chaos kind of happens. So whether it's, but yeah, I don't like the dogma that comes with all the religion, and most people understand that, believe in these tenets. They don't like the religion aspect of it, and that's because men get in the way. Really, it's the women. They should have never left the homes. But no, they. But again, I think they're all trying to say something, and really, I think if you might need all of them to then actually tell the whole story. So you might need the Quran and the Bible and whatever the other one is. The Torah. So I was thinking about that too, and especially with there being books missing in the in the Christian Bible. The Book of Enoch apparently talks about the giants. But there might be something about actually finding and maybe AI could help find the code within them all to really unify it into one world religion. Ooh. But no, I think that there might be something to all of this. I mean, so freedom of oh, thank you for the info. It's all filling in the. Oh, good, man. I'm glad. Yep. And Marx came up with the idea of opiate for the masses. Yeah, and it's like again, I mean, how are we to really know? Just look at the architecture. I mean, that alone, that's what I'm saying. Like, what were they doing in the 1800s? And was it really even the 1800s when a lot of those, the Tartaria buildings were built? What if it was the 800 and they just added a 1? But just look at the things, the buildings. Now, obviously, we're making huge, we're still building huge buildings and infrastructures and nanotechnology. A lot of our resources is in the micro and the macro. But yeah, they did things differently back then, and it seemed like they weren't so concerned about time as they were about quality and something else. This unifying factor of doing it for the gods, I guess. I don't know. Something. Yeah, a lot of people are nervous about AI, and it could be their downfall. And Jan's saying when AI has full control of the new codes, it'll use them. Yep. AI would be the end of the human species. Wow. Yep. And do you think that, because I mean that's that trilateral agreement kind of thing where they want open borders in all the countries so that then they can redefine the lines, and that it's basically Russia, so that there's no countries. It's basically like a Russian territory, a China territory, and a U.S. territory. And then with the three, they are then governed by AI. And that's the New World Order. Coming to you in 2030. But yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's all coming. It's all, and that's why, yeah, they're keeping us fighting against each other so that we don't unite and stop them. I want the sun, folks. Okay, the sun gives life. I don't want anyone dimming my life source so that the draconians can roam around the surface. So we should figure out how that it doesn't happen. Okay? It's that sense of helplessness that puts us in that, that divided mind state. Yep. Jesus Weedman, divided we fall, united we stand. We gotta realize the control mechanisms, and Richard has an eye for it, obviously. So and I mean all you guys do, but you have to, you got to be able to see those control mechanisms and be aware of them. And usually when you're aware of them too, you can accept what they are, and kind of for its base level, and it won't really have that control over you, have that effect. So same thing with religion. people who have a little bit more of a skeptic thinking, you can still go and it's tough though. It's tough. I've tried it. I'm like, nope, can't. But there's and a lot of it has to do with the people. The people are always getting in the way. But hopefully AI can help us with that. Get rid of all of them. No, I'm just kidding. But you can go sit in a church service or a mass and kind of just enjoy it for kind of for what it is, and you don't have to be kind of taken up by the swell of the the emotions that people tend to project into it. But I will say though that's what tends to happen is then when you start being part of these group things, there is a uniting factor to it, and a bit of a bonding. I feel like I've bonded with all you guys, and I like questioning things and all that, and but I grew up with a bit of a religious background, and then spent my time, discovering new things, and rejecting it, discovering new things, and then you kind of see that, well, maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's something to it, and aspects of it I think are helpful. But yeah, you're gonna get zealots, the religious zealots that you can get that. I mean, you have that with, political, look all the political zealots that are out there now. Basically just in full MK Ultra control and protesting and marching for things that they don't even understand. So that happens in religion too. People show up and they jump around, dance, and all that. They don't really quite understand, but they're just trying to participate in something. I'm not going to pretend to believe something I don't believe. Exactly, don't. And that's when you live divided. That's when you have a divided mind, when you're having to that cognitive dissonance. You have to live true. So yeah, and I'm saying, like, I'm not saying accept religion or anything, but you can still accept people's acceptance of it. And you can even, if you're to go to it, or go to a service, you can go there without, being captured by it, but I don't find myself going to places that I don't believe in just to see if I can, check it out, or so. Yeah, I get you. But yeah, I guess people find a lot of community. I think that's the biggest thing with religion, is just to create community. And then you develop these tenets to then live within that community. But there seems to be something that they're trying to tell us, but it's also been like taken out of the Bible too, or even religious texts. It's not like we're getting all the information, and then the whole translation thing. So yeah, it's hard to right now. For me, the Bible's almost like the way that the Bible is now seems like if you were to watch third or fourth hand content, instead of right now we're watching source material. This is the video of the guy doing the actual interview, and secondhand source material is this, where this guy is now talking. He's talking about let me see if I can. My computer's lagging a little bit. Oh, come on. Okay. And he's talking about this guy. Okay. So he's able to reach, a lot more people, but this is, so if if we watched something being pulled from this guy, so let's say then I do a video of, this guy, and so now it's third hand. And then if someone did a video about watching my video about trying to talk about this source content of this, it's going to be lost in translation, basically. So it is hard to really take religious texts literally. But I think that there's still good within it, but religion is to keep you in control. So I don't like religion in that sense. Yes, and Ben Shapiro sucks. We just need to put that on the old chart up here. Where is it? Render Norman Nudge night. But Ben Shapiro just sucks. And I mean, seriously, what a shitty guy too. Just attacking before you can even get going. just eliminates everyone.
Basically, the militaries of the world have been in constant conflict with the outer space alien. The small gray, the large gray.
Oh, and the opposite, Christians need to accept atheists also. Yeah, absolutely. And there was this video of, I think, someone in Britain in a Muslim community speaking the gospel out in the streets, and the cops were called on him, and all the Muslims were trying to tell him to leave, and you better leave because this is a Muslim community and all that, and you don't know what's going to happen to you, and he's like, the officer was this lady, and she's like, well, he has a right to be here. He has freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and they wouldn't accept what they thought was a dissenter. They wouldn't accept someone who thought differently, and he was just out on the streets just preaching. Now, he was in his own country preaching, and the Muslims were not from that country, and they thought that they had the right to think that. Well, obviously because their country thinks that, and should be able to believe whatever you like. Now, I do know that a lot of people's beliefs do affect other people, though. But yeah, I know where you're coming from, Richard, and I do not disagree with you in those ways. I think it's important. I think it's important to question everything and all that.
The reptilians, the whole thing. There are 11 distinct races of aliens. 2 are benevolent. 1 had to leave here in a hurry because their world is under attack, both on the surface as well as underground. There, the Pleiadians. They're familiar. Maybe some of you are familiar with that.
Pleiadians.
Some of you raise your hands and have heard of Billy Meyer and some of the. Very good. About half the group. Well, Billy Meyer is one of these lucky people that they figured, well, he's kind of a simple type. We'll show him everything. Well, these are the benevolent aliens, and they've been here helping us. In fact, I have a picture. Let me reach for it here.
If you want to find out how the MIC is planning on implementing AI, read Volume 1 of DoD 2026 budget. Wow. Thanks, Jen. See if I missed anything in the chat. Yep.
I have a picture of one of the aliens been working for the United States Pentagon for the last 58 years. His name is Valiant 4. He's right here. There's my father in the background. This whole place, the ready room of the USS Eldridge, Al Bielek has probably explained, or maybe even shown you this picture. There's a list of some of the notable people in it. They're all the atomic bomb scientists of the day, all the time variant experimentalists of the day, all the top physicists of that particular day. This was in August of 1943. Now this guy has not changed one iota in 58 years. Started work, he came here, crashed here or whatever, whether he's under duress or not. He started work for our U.S. Navy and military operations in 1937, either 37 or 38 is what I've been told. So it's for 58 years, this man's been employed, probably under duress. If you don't do as we say, we're just going to use you for alien bait or something, I don't know. But anyway, he basically hasn't changed. He lives for 490 years, is what he says his lifespan is. Now, he's supposedly a semi-benevolent, he's a human-looking type person. He has 6...
Where is the guy?
fingers and 6 toes, and he's got one oversized heart, one lung, giant lung. His blood vessels are bigger. He's got copper oxide for blood, similar to an octopus. His brain capacity 300 centimeters greater than ours. He has a thinking.
Wow. It's all those submersibles, huh?
His brain capacity 300 centimeters greater than ours. He has a thinking capacity, IQ, if you were to measure it, be totally off the scale, be about a 1200 IQ. He speaks 100 languages fluently, alien as well as others. He's a remarkable person. I had a chance to meet him one time.
Who, the alien?
Now, by the way, he doesn't shake hands. He was kind of in a spacesuit, because all aliens, regardless benevolent or otherwise, they're carrying germs and diseases and bacterium in and on them that are deadly to us. If I were making policy, I'd quarantine them all, because how do we not know that some of our diseases like AIDS, Ebola, hantavirus, and a few of these other weird designer diseases, as I call them, are not made from the cadavers of some of these aliens as a biological weapon to use against the people of the United States? Well, I'm tired. I'm a tired American speaking out.
Wow.
Now.
All right, let's go back to this. See what he says.
Working with heavy-duty equipment, the drills kept breaking. Once a drill punched through, Phil described black, sooty air billowing up through the opening, and the air smelled like rotten garbage. Phil put on a protective suit and headed down the lift to investigate. And on the way, walking through camp, he noticed there were an awful lot of armed troops.
When I saw Green Beret and Black Beret people encamped inside of our geologist camp, I knew something was up.
When Phil reached the bottom, he was face to face with a 7-foot-tall gray alien. He said its stench was worse than anything he'd ever smelled before. Then another...
Whoa. This is going to get pretty good. Wow.
Now, what I'm telling you is kind of almost like a brain overload here. Back in 1946, we set off a number, actually 4 atomic bomb tests at Bikini Atoll. It's a group of islands in the South Pacific. I have an original photograph here with original language on the photograph that shows there is a large alien spaceship off a wingtip of a United States aircraft. It was a drone aircraft right at the point where the bomb.
Thanks for hanging out, Richard.
To show a neutron flash cloud. Here's the bomb going off. Here's the airplane tip here, and here is the alien spacecraft. Now, in 1947, questions later, please. In 1947, after Roswell debacle, our our military got before the U.S. Senate. They were hauled before the U.S. Senate and says, what's going on here? Well, we didn't know anything about discs until this happened. It flopped in our backyard. Total lie. They lied to the U.S. Senate. They should have been prosecuted as traitors. Anybody lying to a United States Senator or House of Representative, any Senator or House of Representative, person, President of the United States, Vice President, any cabinet member, lying
Elon Omar
to the American public is a traitor and should be dealt with in an appropriate fashion. This is actual proof, positive, that this occurred in 1946. Now, U.S. military
sit down.
All about flying discs, and flying disc technology is thoroughly early.
Look at the audience. Look at that. Would he have ever thought that his message would, reach out to well over 5 million. This is just 5 million in one area, one category, one little slice of existence. And if you were to tell him, hey Phil, your message would be sent out to millions and millions and millions of people, and it'll be through this, like, people will be talking about it. And imagine if you had briefly seen the future. Let's just go here, okay? You just seen the future, and how, if you've never seen someone doing reaction commentary, and someone was to see this and then come back and tell Phil, it's like, yeah, you're there and you're giving your speech, but there's this bearded, braided clip virgin that was sharing your story, but then it was cycling through, and there's like all these other, it'd be really kind of strange to explain this, but here he is. So this is great. A little time capsule. I like these time capsules that transcend time.
Another alien appeared. Phil.
Oh.
It was 1933. Of course, we remember the Germans did too. The Nazi Germans, Hitler, and all their bunch of people
trying to get that alien technology through human sacrifice.
It gets to the big question: if all this has been hidden from us, everybody says, well, where's the proof? I've got some of the proof laying on the table. But a lot of you probably are totally skeptical. They say, well, I could be anything. In my hand here, I have a piece of what's called corbamide. It's the heaviest element in the world. Element 140. This piece of material weighs 15 ounces. It's 3.5 times the weight of uranium. It cannot be made to emit gamma rays. It cannot be isotoped. It is totally stable. It is used in all stealth aircraft and all Phoenix-class submarines. When combined with other alien elements, it is impregnable. It cannot be melted with charged particle beam weapons.
So like a virgin?
When properly combined in secretive compounds, it can withstand temperatures in excess of 10 million degrees Fahrenheit. Is grown by aliens who have given a good... The other side of the alien question is, some of these aliens have broken off from their mainstream and said, we're not getting a fair shake, and so this is what happens. And I'm talking about the alien grays. Some of them broken away. They're talk about not being popular. This particular piece of metal is
he passed away in 49. Wow.
It's capable of being grown in 15 different crystal systems. Now, I'm a geologist, and I, prior to 15 or 20 years ago, knew of only 6 crystal systems.
Oh.
There's actually 15, if you count all the alien metals. Now, this is only element 140. If you look at the local periodic table in your local library, it says 104. Somewhere down the line, we've been lied to, and we've been cheated. What we have to do is we have to literally ask for the truth. If we cannot ask for the truth, we must demand the truth. We must take it before courts of law and common law systems, and we must demand it.
Yeah, it does make it feel like, there's been a stop in human progress, and then we just keep repeating this same kind of 100-year cycle or something, and that maybe it's interesting to think that if knowing all this would break that.
If we cannot do this, our founding...
and we have 118 now. Okay. Wow.
Fathers told us the only thing we have...
So there's just just slow drip giving us the elements.
Is to overthrow. To get the parasites out. I don't advocate overthrow, but it does look like this may be the only alternative. Now, I'm going to casually mention to you something that's very scary indeed, and tell you what the alien agenda is. And it's going to sound very familiar. The alien agenda is the complete takeover of this planet, the killing off of 5, 6 to 7/8 of the world's population by the year 2029. The U.S. military has known about this for 45 years. They've told no one. As far as I know, I'm the only person standing before a crowd talking about the alien agenda, secretively.
Yeah, you like to know about the alien metals, huh? Yeah. Will you talk more about it, or wanted to do a little bit of a dive? Yeah, let me know what to look up.
Okay. Back in 1954, I'll give you a quick overview. There was the created 1954 treaty where Eisenhower signed a pact with the known alien species of the time. There were 3 at the time. And said that we're going to deal in high technology, but you can take a few head of cattle and a few human beings and you can experiment on them. It's unthinkable. It's stuff straight out of the Nazi death camps, and I'm kidding you not. It's plain BS, and it's got to stop. Now, the created 1954 treaty had been violated. After the great firefight, the alien-human war, I am the only living survivor talking about it worldwide at all. Only one. The other 2 are in nursing homes in Canada, and the Canadian government refuses to allow any U.S. people, including myself, to talk to them because they are afraid of kidnapping. probably the reason I got shot to pieces and 11 attempts on my life is I am a direct threat to the entire system. The New World Order, the alien agenda is one and the same. It's world takeover and the decimation of the population of this planet. Now, I'm going to tell you something a little bit different about the alien species.
The Georgia stones, whatever those are called. Weren't they saying something about, yeah, a lowered population? Yes, Dice. It's Schneider, Phil Schneider. This is my first introductory to him. Mark mentioned him, so we're
bad news ones. There are 9 races of alien populations.
Oh.
To look at a human being as a bag of food.
Yeah, I've definitely heard some of the things that he said, but I never put a name to it.
They're not cannibals. They don't eat the flesh and the bones and all that kind of stuff. They use the glandular secretions of animals and human beings as a mixture of the vitamins for their food. They get high off of our adrenal gland substances called adrenochrome.
Wow.
It's something like cocaine to them. Now, what can we do about it?
So during alien abductions, abductions. So, do you think they're? Yeah, I would assume they're getting DNA samples and extracting blood, and right. If you're to believe that. Ooh. Jan just knows. Okay. Epstein might have been alien in disguise as a human. Ooh. Yep. Was it what cartoon was it that? So The Simpsons that show that all the politicians were aliens who wear masks. There's stuff that's coming out in the Epstein files about Biden, how that wasn't Biden, that he was wearing a mask. An actor was wearing a mask. Jim Carrey. Oh, Jim Carrey. He's in the Epstein files, but because he played dress up as Biden.
Right now, if we do nothing, we can do nothing about it, and it'll continue to go on. Basically, we'll be led in the dark, and you'll keep seeing more and more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Jesus, we man, 2019. He is not the same. Okay, yeah. Mark says the movie Fire in the Sky, the aliens were doing experiments, taking samples of blood. Yep. And then they could probably make synthetic blood out of it. But then the real stuff would be the tortured adrenochrome stuff. And maybe that's why there's the rap. Okay, because now think of this, like with the rapture. That you think of it as that's the harvest. So these aliens are actually coming to collect humans. So that'd be a way to get people to not want to go to heaven. But what if these religious texts were created by aliens, and just letting us know about the second coming.
People disappear. Right now, there's 100,000 children totally unaccountable through FBI archives, cannot be traced anywhere. They haven't been murdered. Nobody's ever seen them. I think they're hauled underneath in some of these bases, and they are summarily done away with, and they are literally eaten. Now, that is a scary thing indeed. And
it's all been revealed within just a few weeks ago. The Epstein files confirming cannibalism within the ranks of our entertainment and political system. It said that Ellen DeGeneres was a prolific cannibal, apparently. And Hillary Clinton, loving that jerky.
I'm not asking you to believe me in toto. I am asking you to seriously do enough homework that you can go out in through the public record, through the congressional records, find out who's voting for what, and go from there. Do your own program, do your own agenda, and do your own speaking out. And if enough of us do this, there is some saving grace. However, we don't have a whole heap of time left. Technological governments on this planet are raping the planet. We're going to run out of everything that we need. They're going to pollute everything in sight in the better part of 20 years. Now, I know you've heard some poppycock stories. Oh, we're going to run out of coal. We're going to run out of gasoline. We're going to run out of this, that, and the other. And 25 and 30 years ago, you heard all this hogwash. Well, don't believe it. Basically, anything you read in a paper, you should take with a grain of salt. Start reading on what is missing out of the article. Ask yourself, what's missing in this article that I should know? Maybe that's the truth. Fill in the blank spots, so to speak. White copy is only one leg of the triangle. There are two other legs, two other pieces of the puzzle. What we have to do as a group of people, concerned people at that, and this group seems to be quite that, is we have to assert ourselves in a way that we've never thought possible. Now, I'm not asking you to do what I'm doing. I'm telling you, what I'm doing is very important.
Then, good thing I never met Jay as a youth. We're going to run out of healthy farmland. Oh. Isn't Bill Gates buying up a bunch?
Every one of you is equally important. You wouldn't be in this room otherwise. You know, all these other people out here that didn't come to the lecture, they really don't want to hear it. Yesterday I heard a fellow that says, I'm sorry to say I belong to this military organization, that militant organization. I don't believe in the alien question. There's no proof of it. And so I show him an artifact, and he says, well, that's nice, but that could be lead. Well,
yes, in Chinese businesses,
yeah. Lead. It scratches diamond, and it's harder than that. Here's a sapphire that I found. When we blew a mountain apart, all these sapphires fell out. And sapphire has a hardness of 9 right next to the hardness of a diamond. This thing scratches the heck out of it. Let's tear it apart. I'll tell you something. This technology is fine and dandy. At the risk of the human race, at the risk of one human life, it is totally worthless. We have to... The one beautiful thing about the United States of America is we value a human person's life. The minute we lose it, we are dead meat. It is tantamount that we get back to constitutional law, and for our officials not to believe in it or obey it. First of all, for a politician to say, well, I believe in the U.S. Constitution, but I believe in gun control. You can't be a master of two houses. It don't work. What you must do is tell that politician you are disobeying the Constitution of the United States that you're sworn to uphold, and you are in treason territory. Think about what you have said. You have 30 days to make that apology. If you do not make that apology, you are a treasonous individual and should be prosecuted. Now, there's a few other things I want to run by you, and they're kind of in rapid fire order. Area 51 is only one base, one of the 131 bases.
Oh, yeah.
Of these 131 bases, I call Area 51 a mega base. It's got more than one base in it. It's Tonopah Test Range, Area 51, S2, S4, Groom Lake, and a host of others. Now, these mega bases are gobbling up our gross national product. Right now we're spending 28% of the gross national product on building underground bases solely. That doesn't count for the defense budget. That doesn't count for the spare parts budget. It doesn't count for any of that at all. And the black budget is dead wrong. It sidesteps the United States Congress and its Constitution of its people and says you're a bunch of morons, you don't need to know. Well, a need-to-know basis is an executive order written during the Eisenhower era right after the Greada 1954 treaty and is treasonous and illegal in this country and should be overturned and abolished. I believe in military preparedness. I believe in military secrecy to some extent. Because there's always going to be spies out there, and there are always going to be people that want your hunk of territory, your house, or your ground, maybe even a country like that. Most of us remember what this crazy person in Russia, Zhirinovsky, had to say. We want Alaska back. Well, baby, you're not going to get Alaska back without a horrendous fight. Alaska is my land. I was born here in these United States. I have risked my life and limb for these United States, and I love my United States more than my life. And I will defend these United States against all foreign powers. Foreign and domestic. Now, every one of you in this room have probably, to some extent, minor or major, done just that. And that is what this country needs. Patriots you are. Patriots.
And patriots and punchy. Okay. We need you punchy.
You are becoming patriots and Constitution builders. You must continue to be. Now,
you ain't signing no Declaration of Independence with that hand. Shit. You Jumanji up in here with that. What is that? How many you got there? Those little twinkle toes. You gotta sew some toes on them. Shit. Bring a whole new meaning to Hancock. Phil Handchopped.
Continue to be. Now, all this alien thing is fine, except for one. Now, all this alien thing is fine, except for one thing. Alien takeover is a serious threat. Kept totally out of the public view, off the surface. I'm sure the underground bases, without question, are being used as a place to house alien takeover. Alien takeover means the implementation of a one-world government. Direct opposite of constitutional law. Direct opposite of freedom of choice. Freedom of religion.
1776 needs to happen right now before 2000 or 2030. Yep.
We are the militia of the United States. Every single person who believes in the Constitution of these United States and its Bill of Rights is...
What happened to his hand? Jeffrey Hunger, man, just Epstein's like... He's like having a little snack while he's watching American Beautiful. Or some other weird kind of... Is that what it's called?
A militia member. Are we going to tolerate what we've heard from Ruby Ridge? Are we going to tolerate what we've heard from Waco? Are we going to tolerate that a fertilizer bomb blew...
Did Jeffrey use... Oh my God. Snacking. It's like, you're just supposed to bite your nails, brother. Not your whole finger. Gotta use up on the... Maybe go decaf.
Sure, the underground bases, without question, are being used as a place to house alien takeover. Alien takeover means the implementation of a one-world government. Direct opposite of constitutional law. Direct opposite of freedom of choice. Freedom of religion. Other freedoms that go with it. Right to bear arms.
Freedom of social media platforms.
Of the United States. Every single person who believes in the Constitution of these United States and its Bill of Rights is a militia member. Are we going to tolerate what we've heard from Ruby Ridge? Are we going to tolerate what we've heard from Waco? Are we going to tolerate that a fertilizer bomb blew 6 sub-basement floors? And I'm telling you something about sub-basement floors of a World Trade Center. They're 29 feet thick each, with 7 kinds of rebar reinforcement. The only weapon capable of doing such destruction and melting the concrete and extruding the rebar and the I-beam steel up to 6 feet in length longer than it originally was, and melting the ends of it, is a nuclear weapon. Now, the people they have in custody as fall guys may have been able to produce weapons and bombs and kill rabbis in New York, but I hate to tell you this, they did not have anything to do whatsoever with the World Trade Center bombing.
And the Epstein file then said something about the 9/11 attacks, asking about, where are the real pilots or something like that. It's like everything that's going to be said, I'm going to be saying, well, and the Epstein file said, That's sick. What a weird way to sparse out facts in the world.
The only thing used was a construction nuclear weapon. It was housed at
Sparse even a
Mather
word?
Air Force Base, the only place such things are kept. Incidentally, about Mather Air Force Base in Oklahoma City, Mather Air Force Base trucks were seen 2 weeks before the Alpha P. Murrah building got blown to pieces. Strange. I don't believe in coincidences. They're non sequitur. They cannot be proven mathematically, etc., etc. So they don't exist. However, Oklahoma City bombing, a fertilizer, and a fuel
I'm getting a
oil
little punchy.
bomb. Give me a break, folks.
Thinking I'm making
You
up
can blow
words.
that one by my ears, but I'm not a dummy, and neither are you. Neither is anybody in this room. We've been lied to, and the lies have got to stop.
Have you seen that guy up in the front? He looked a little downsy.
And they must stop immediately. If our public officials cannot tell us the truth, then they cease to be public officials, and they are automatically guilty of treasonous acts and should be tried and convicted, and if necessary, in jail, whether it be house arrest or otherwise, before they can do any more damage.
State of the Union address.
Janet Reno is
Shut
a
up!
confirmed lesbian.
Yeah, man.
She got out in front of public TV and said so.
Who am I? Yeah, man.
Janet Reno cheated her way through law school. It's provable. It's on the congressional record. It's also in question. It's on the law school that she graduated from. Her record is not spotless. There are thousands, there are tens of thousands of fine police women that could have done an exemplary job in a similar aspect. Janet Reno is a murderer of our children and should not be tolerated to live. Those that murder children, those that abuse children, those that sexually abuse children should not suffer to live.
There you go.
The CS gas.
Some of the pedos in there were like, God. I'm like, yeah. Was it? I think he was talking about oh, is he talking about Waco? I thought he was talking about the Twin Towers in 9/11 with the buildings melting. Is that what you mean when he's talking about Waco? When you talked about the columns? I thought he was talking about 9/11. So I thought that maybe this was when was this recorded? Oh, it was way before 9/11. Okay, he died in 96. Oh, it was in 95. Oh my God. Delivered just months before his mysterious and highly suspicious death. Basically a few months later. Oh, shit. Oh, there you have it, folks. There you have it. Man, he was saying that back in 95. About, like, child abusers and all that. Wow.
That was poured in onto the Waco complex of
Mr.
Koresh. CS, by the way, stands for cesium.
There you go.
Cesium is...
Here, let me bring it back. Wind it. So he's talking about Waco there?
So, Janet Reno cheated her way through law school. It's provable. It's on the congressional record. It's also in question. It's on the law school that she graduated from.
Good eye, Jan.
The record is not spotless. There are thousands, there are tens of thousands of fine police women that could have done an exemplary job in a similar aspect. Janet Reno is a murderer of our children and should not be tolerated to live. Those that murder children, those that abuse children, those that sexually abuse children should not suffer to live. The CS gas that was poured in onto the Waco complex of Mr. Koresh. CS, by the way, stands for cesium. Cesium is an atomic element. It's an isotope. It's a radioactive compound. It is deadly to people under the age of 10. Take one breath and their lungs are singed and they die in 72 hours or less. They poured that gas continuously for 48 hours on that compound. No, I don't believe in a lot of things. I don't believe anybody is that wicked that you have to kill them 100-fold over after they're dead. But this is the mentality of the people now ruling as kings and queens over us, and it must stop. If we...
What was the Waco situation? I've even seen documentaries about it, and it just seems so... Yeah, so weird. You know, maybe he had some ties or affiliation with some child trafficking or something, where maybe he was going to tell or something. I don't, you know, like I don't know. Like, but it seemed like they were kind of doing their own thing. But the same thing happened with the other guy with the sunglasses, and he moved everyone out to Africa, I think. Oh, he was a PDF guy. Okay. Okay. Yep. Yeah, it always involves children. Yep. So, what if he was... Oh. Okay. So the government uses these cults, or creates these, could very well create these cults to as a resource, maybe to get children, where they then try to get recruits. Yeah, that's what that sex cult was. That actress was part of, the Exion from Smallville, and I wonder if Marilyn Manson's cult had something to do with that too. You know, with the ranch that they lived on. Maybe they kidnapped kids for the elite. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were definitely trying to protect the family, and that's what like it seemed that yeah, there's something weird about it for sure. Yeah, to harvest children, huh? Well, and there's all these stories are coming out now too. That's like what was that one show with the breeders, like Midsummer or something? Weird culty kind of thing. I haven't seen it, but um, reports are coming out. These other islands where they just have breeders just be having kids, and they put these kids through all this crazy trauma. Uh, so, and that's what I think. What Keem came out of one of those cults.
Allow another election to go by with the same ilk in the White House, we have only ourselves to blame. Now, this room isn't going to change the outcome of an election. I personally believe, I don't believe there's going to be another election. I believe martial law is going to hit this country before that happens, the way things are going. Because we refuse to stand up, we refuse to literally get out and risk our lives in talking. Now, some of us got jobs and families and great responsibilities, greater than I have. And I agree, that's tough. It's very hard. I cannot sympathize with you because I'm not in your situation. I have a young family. I have an ex-wife and child.
Yeah, they were not bad people and did not deserve to die by our government. Yep. Yep. Yes. Yeah. What's the other one though, that they moved to Africa and then the CIA went down there, and then all of a sudden they all committed mass suicide? Like they just so happened to all drink the Kool-Aid, and they all died. What's his name? Jones? Yeah, the Jones something. And yeah, Jonestown. Yep. Yep. Yeah, they maybe they talked to government, talked to the guy to try to get more kids or something. Try to get kids from him. I don't know, but then all of a sudden everyone just dies. And I think that's a little too coincidental. That was just right at the time that either CIA or the feds went out there. They were probably all poisoned. Yeah, they drank poison, yeah. But I also think like it's not. I don't think they drank it knowing that it. Like I know that they're like the story goes that the adults were kind of giving it to the kids or something, but again the kids. But yeah, I mean maybe they did know, but yeah, they could have been misled and then they put something in the food and or whatever and just killed everyone.
Defense Intelligence Agency goons tried to kidnap my daughter not too long ago. My ex-wife being working in the state government services in Oregon, picked up her .22 handgun, shoved it in the back of the neck of this one person. Give me my daughter back. If I don't, I pull the trigger. Gave the daughter back. Good choice. Now, the remark that my ex-wife had to say to this individual was, if I ever see you again in any way, shape, or form, I will kill you on sight. You're an abuser of children, therefore I suffer to you that you should not live.
Let's just take that back again here. This needs to be rebroadcast a million times, especially with the Epstein files coming out.
You should not, children, therefore I will kill you on sight. You're an abuser of children, therefore I suffer to you that you should not live. By the way, she threatened a federal agent. She should be in jail, blah, blah, blah. Nothing like that's happened. These people don't want publicity. I shot a federal agent 16 days ago. Shot him dead when I was bleeding to death with a shoulder wound that he'd shot me. He had shot at a retired FBI agent who theoretically carries the same covering as a Secret Service agent. Got protection forever. He's a cop forever, federal cop forever. Now, that doesn't mean a whole lot. I made a report and went to the FBI. Do you realize that, you know what they said? They said, things like this happen, Mr. Schneider. We don't either believe you, I'm using that as my own italics, or we don't give a damn. Now, something's wrong here. I'm not reading this right.
It's a great video, Mark. Thanks for sharing.
Myself to the best of my ability. I was hoping I could go through life without doing such a thing. And maybe some of you have actually defended your own life in a similar fashion. It's very sad you have to shoot or kill somebody. Maybe some of you were police officers and have had to do the same. And I don't know if you ever kill a human being, you're never the same as a person who never has killed a human being. It is with you for the rest of your days. Whether you do it in war, whether you do it in murder, whether you do it in self-defense, you have taken one of God's holy creations off this planet. And there is a void there. And I feel that, and I'm very sorry for that. But I had to defend myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. My message must continue. I'm doing it on my own money.
Based.
And I'll continue to do it. As long as it takes. As long as I've got to live. I've got cancer. I'm dying. The radioactive substance that I got hit with in 1979, late August of 79, it's a similar form of aplastic anemia. It affects your blood and your bones. My bones are extremely brittle right now. No cure. The government never told me about that, by the way. Now, to sum up everything in this talk, there's going to be a few questions. I'll answer as many as I can for the next speaker. However, I want to sum up and say,
yeah, exactly. Turbo cancer. Yep.
Is a participant in secret things, and you're very brave indeed. And you should all turn around to one another and shake each other's hand and say thank you for being here. Would you please do that? And greet
shake
your
his
neighbor.
hand. Go to him. Be like, oh, sorry, I forgot.
Now this is the way the world should be. There wouldn't be any.
You like walk up to him. You're like, goo! Oh, God! Sorry, that was probably too loud for this hour. We're coming in close to that lunar set. Okay, we are waxing gibbous. The old handshake. The thing that he wishes he. Nah, I'm not.
Wars. Now this is the way the world should be. There wouldn't be any wars. There wouldn't be any strife. Or if there was, it could be settled in a peaceable manner in a handshake. And that's the original American way. And I believe that way is still there, however remote at present time. Now, I'm going to sum up this talk and mention an overview of the alien agenda. The alien agenda is really decimate the planet to take the remaining human subjects as slaves, and the aliens would use this planet for their own means. Number one, this cannot be allowed to happen.
Nice, Mark. Yep.
The world takeover plans of the New World Order, a direct carbon copy blueprint from Adolf Hitler's routine of 1933 to 1938, must not be allowed to happen. That includes the name, the New World Order. That was purposely used, folks, because most of us have been lazy. We have not read our history, and I'm talking to you because I'm one of them. We have not read our history books. Things have been omitted. Throw out basically what you've learned. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm asking you to re-educate each one of yourselves.
Re-education
and ask
camps.
the unexpected. Of your public officials, of the people around you, your teachers. I'm not asking you to question authority. I'm asking you to question the teachers of this authority.
Sorry.
Is this right? Is this law correct? If a law, one of the best statements to ever come out of the mouth of any human being, believe it or not, was, I think, by an incredible black man, the name of Jesse, not Jesse Jackson, but it was Martin Luther King, excuse me, said, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That should be a motto that we live by. Not so much for the man who said the motto, but I'm sure George Washington said something similar. Who said, an uninformed populace is a populace in slavery. Now, our founding fathers had the unique gift 250 odd years ago, 200 to 250 years ago, of looking far in advance, laying out the groundwork of this wonderful two pieces of paper government we've got, the Bill of Rights and the United States Constitution, laying it out for all time. It is the best government probably since time immemorial, maybe the best ever. If we are to, by the way, every freedom that we have must be fought for continuously. You don't need to pick up a gun to fight for something. You need to pick up your mouth. You need to pick up your brain and read a book. You need to pick up your mouth and say, and when you hear somebody say, well, I believe in gun control, and you say, no, I don't believe in gun control, because guess what? You take away that right. What other rights am I going to be missing later on? Now, with gun control. Gun control, there's a certain few people, generally a 1 to 2% minority of people that are totally irresponsible, criminal, use the gun improperly, etc., etc. I'm not talking about those kind of people. There are always going to be those kind of people, at least for the foreseeable future.
And we all know who those people are.
Has prudence, has conscious thought of the knowledge of right and wrong, can and is able to defend itself, herself, himself, against foreign and domestic terrorists, so to speak. Now, gun control is an attack on your rights. If it is allowed to fully comply and go through, all of your freedoms will be removed within a 10-year period after the last element of gun control.
Australia.
So the attack of any right, or the removal of any existing right, is an attack and affront on every one of us in this room, and should not be tolerated.
America.
That's that part of the talk. The overview is about underground mountain bases. All of them should be made public. In future talks, I'll be giving latitudes and longitudes of every single one of these bases. I've already written a manuscript at the publisher as we speak. It's a dynamite book. It lists all the secretive agendas that our government has us believing in right now, and why it's so much BS. Why the New World Order is so good for us. Ha ha. Well, don't believe it, folks. Believe in only one thing. Love thy neighbor as thyself, and ask continually questions about our constitutional freedoms, and defend them if necessary. And most of us will have to probably defend them. I hope this doesn't happen.
I thought I was going to talk about him going in the tunnel.
This talk as best as I can without my notes at hand.
Oh, sorry for jumping like this.
Having artifacts up here, you're capable of looking at them. I ask you not to handle them. I want all the artifacts back on the table, and don't handle the photograph here, original photograph of the flying saucer in 1946. Now I'll take a certain few questions. I know there's going to be quite a few of them. Yes, this gentleman here in this row. I've heard of Project HARP. I don't really know that much.
It's designed to electrify the ionosphere, and they will be able to map all the underground bases. There was a crash of a Air Force plane up in Alaska last week.
I feel like there's going to be a harmonizing with the ionosphere.
And AWAC plane. Yeah. It was on the last day of a Project HARP demonstration.
Okay. Yes, I've heard of such projects. Actually, it was invented by Nikola Tesla, the initial part of ionizing the atmosphere. The only trouble is with ionizing the atmosphere, plants need nightfall as well as sunlight to survive. So lighting up the atmosphere might do extreme damage. Okay, next question. This gentleman up.
Yeah, you kind of missed the point a bit there, but yeah, exactly, HAARP. And also just like even emitting these EMF waves over people. Yeah. Can get them irritated or sick.
In the front row.
Please speak up.
Before I shoot you. Okay. Well, let's take a look at...
grabbed his pistol and started firing. And he managed to kill one of the aliens, but the other started firing back. Phil was hit with what he called a plasma weapon and lost 2 fingers and part of his left hand. And this plasma weapon also gave him cancer.
Never bring a gun to a plasma fight.
That's good advice. Now, Phil thought he was dead when suddenly a Green Beret who had followed him down grabbed him and put him on the lift. Now, Phil made it, but nobody else did. 66 men lost their lives in what was called the Battle of Dulce Base. The American military had accidentally drilled into an alien base that had been there for 400 years. So now the military had a choice to make: go to war with the aliens or cooperate with them. Now, winning a war against entities with such advanced technology wasn't possible.
We need to check his hard drive.
So a deal was struck. Aliens would give advanced technology to humans.
Now, what did the humans have to get to the aliens?
Well, humans would have to give the aliens other humans.
Oh.
Our United States government lied to not tell us anything about the alien threat. There's a war.
This thing of like humans having to give the aliens humans to get this tech, that is so I guess that kind of makes sense then with the satanic rituals and stuff. They're probably, well, I mean, I guess they are thinking that it is a satanic ritual, but I was thinking for a second there that maybe that that they don't see it as satanic. They see it as as something else, or I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, don't quite have it. The idea solidified yet. Let me see.
Underneath there, and I'm talking dead serious.
Phil Schneider was an outspoken advocate for government transparency about the alien presence on Earth. He became well known on the UFO lecture circuit, giving talks about his time working on top secret government projects. He's most known for his talk at the 1995 Preparedness Expo, where he revealed all kinds of information. As of 1995, there were 131 active secret underground bases in the United States and 1,477 around the world. All the bases in the United States are connected by magnetic levitation trains that can reach speeds of Mach 2. Phil said that there are 7 benevolent alien species currently living on Earth, and 4 evil species. He said that the US government's alien species trains that can run the world. All the bases in the United States are connected by magnetic levitation train.
Wow. Oh yeah, so the inner Earth, huh? Animal mutilations, high UFO activity, possible portal vortexes. Oh wow. Hell yeah. Oh, right in the lakes, huh? Nevada. Oh wait, no, that's Nevada. What is this, Washington? That's what. Which one is this again? Wow. Possible UFO bases. Yeah, Oregon. Okay. Yep. Probably Portland, all those weirdos. Wyoming. Just major. But nothing through here, huh? Like, they don't want the Dakotas at all. Oh, this is UFO activity. Okay. Oh, wait. Well, yeah, there's still plenty of there. But these are the rails, huh? Wow. Oh, yeah, because they probably couldn't go through the lake there. So, yeah. Sacred Indian land. Yeah. What if the Indians were, you know, were part alien? I mean, they're wearing headdresses like the Egyptians, and I would love to wear big old thing that makes me feel like I'm harmonizing with the ionosphere. You know, you wear a big old, feather hat like that. Ooh, I bet you really feel the barometric pressure. And you notice when you have, a little bit longer hair and a little bit of beard that you can detect wind a lot easier because you can feel the subtle changes. So I bet they had, these feathers so that they could be almost like like a wind detector or some kind of a way to, because if they're doing a lot of slingshot or not sling, bow and arrow stuff, that you have to know wind and velocity and trajectory. The Indians sang chants for protection. Oh, should have sang louder. Guess they didn't quite hear you. They weren't all resonating. Oh, you got to know how to resonate. Guess they didn't have that logos. Oh, they're tied into national parks. Oh. Mm-hmm. Inner Earth entrances. Wow. Wow. Whoa. I didn't see this. Oh, look at that. Bermuda Triangle, huh? Possible UFO base. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Yep. Nothing. How convenient. Nothing around DC, huh?
That could reach speeds of Mach 2. Phil said that there are 7 benevolent alien species currently living on Earth, and 4 evil species. He said that the US government signed 4 treaties with the aliens in 1944, in 1954, 1962, and the last one in 1979 after the Dulce Battle. The treaty signed in 1954, called the Greada Treaty, was signed between the US government and a species of gray aliens. And the treaty says aliens would be allowed to abduct and experiment on humans as long as the US government, specifically the committee known as Majestic 12, was informed and provided a list of abductees.
The government sure does like making lists of people, huh?
It sure does.
Why are there so many abductions? Don't aliens know how boring humans are?
Well, according to Phil Schneider, at least 9 races of aliens view humans as a food source.
It's a cookbook!
It's a cookbook!
No! 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 Ah! No!
Classic Twilight Zone episode. But the aliens don't consume human flesh. Instead, they use the secretions of glands from mammals. This species of alien suffers from a genetic disorder, and the enzymes in mammal hormones keep the aliens healthy. And some alien races use human adrenaline as a recreational intoxicant.
Ugh, they get high from human secretions?
They do.
Yeah, that's a hard pass for me.
Me too. Now, in exchange for access to humans for experimentation, the aliens would provide the United States with advanced technology. According to Phil Schneider, military technology is 1,200 years ahead of what civilians have now. Stealth technology came from aliens. The US government now has the ability to create special metal alloys, but they can only be created in the vacuum of space. The US military has a device that causes earthquakes. Aliens. The US government now has the ability to create special metal alloys, but they can only be created in the vacuum of space. The US military has a device that causes earthquakes. The 1989 San Francisco earthquake and the 1995 Kobe earthquake were weapons tests.
Seiko to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base, so the Oakland A's take.
I'll tell you what, we're having an
And Phil Schneider makes all kinds of other claims. He said the bombings of the World Trade.
Wait, what was? Is he saying that was alien related?
Be created in the vacuum of space. The US military has a device that causes earthquakes. The 1989 San Francisco earthquake and the 1995 Kobe earthquake were weapons tests.
Seiko to score, and he fails to get Dave Parker at second base, so the Oakland A's take.
I'll tell you what, we're having an
And Phil Schneider makes all kinds of other claims. He said the bombings of the World Trade Center in 1993 and the Oklahoma City bombing of 1995 were done with miniature nuclear devices provided by the aliens. He said AIDS and other viruses were created as a means of controlling the population.
All right, hold on. I gotta stop you there.
What?
You expect me to believe that a government would artificially create a dangerous virus in a lab? My friend, that is a bridge too far.
Sarcasm?
Yes, of course it's sarcasm.
Phil Schneider believed that all this was happening for one purpose: to establish a new world order. The alien plan is to completely take over the planet and eliminate almost 90% of the world's population.
Ooh, this is the kind of talk that makes the men in black come a-knocking.
That's true. And Phil Schneider said he was under constant surveillance by the government. He even claimed he was attacked by an FBI agent and killed the agent in self-defense. And he reported this to the FBI, but nothing came of it.
No, because the government would have to admit to all this stuff.
That's right. Phil was constantly in fear for his life. He said he had 11 close friends all die under mysterious circumstances, but every death was ruled suicide. In fact, Phil Schneider told his friends and family over and over, if I ever end up dead, I didn't kill myself. It was murder. He was adamant about this.
Yeah, I can't help notice that you keep speaking about this guy in the past tense.
Well, in January 1996, just 4 months after he gave his famous lecture, Phil Schneider was found dead in his apartment.
Now, come on.
Apparently, he had taken his own life.
Oh, come on.
There's a good chance that when I fly back to to Vegas, I have to drive home. I left my car down in Vegas. I have to drive home alone. I'm scared to hell.
Phil Schneider was constantly worried. He told his family that if he was ever found dead, to not believe the story, that it was murder. A few weeks after that, Phil Schneider was found dead in his apartment. At first, his death was ruled unknown, even though he had a medical tube wrapped around his neck. And a lot of details about his death don't add up. First, there was no note. Also, he had enough pills on hand to die painlessly. He also had a gun. The medical tube was wrapped around his throat 3 times and then tied in a knot under his chin. Now, strangling yourself this way seems difficult, especially in Phil's case. He was missing half of his left hand. His shoulders had limited motion. He had brittle bone syndrome from cancer and spent a lot of time in a wheelchair. He was a weak and frail man. The medical examiner, for some reason, refused to visit the scene, though he was legally required to. He did take blood and urine samples, but refused to test them because he said it was a waste of time. And when Phil's family inquired about those samples...
Yeah, he took the samples for the aliens. It's like, oh, I need to get a sample, but I'm not going to test them. We don't need to test them. But I just need to... Oh, okay, thank you. You little tech talk from the aliens. Like, give you a little blood.
They were told they were sent to an independent lab and were now missing. When Phil's ex-wife Cynthia went to collect his belongings, everything was gone. Recordings of Phil's lectures, photographs, research, even physical evidence from Dulce Base. It was all missing. And then something very strange happened. An obituary appeared in the local paper saying Phil died of a stroke. Phil's family didn't write that obituary. So who did?
Any senator, House of Representative, person, President of the United States, Vice President, any cabinet member lying to the American public is a traitor and should be dealt with in an appropriate fashion.
Phil Schneider wasn't the only person who claimed to know about Dulce Base. Thomas Castello was a military photographer with top secret clearance, and he specialized in photographing sensitive projects. Castello worked in an underground facility near Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada, most likely Area 51. He also worked at Dulce Base. In 1987, Castello turned whistleblower, and before he left Dulce Base, he stole a set of documents that were eventually called the Dulce Papers. He also stole 30 black and white photos as well as videotape.
There are several things you should know about. I took an oath under penalty of death that no matter what I saw or heard, I would never divulge the information. At the Dulce Base, treason is anything that mentions the details of daily operations at this facility when outside the confinement of this base. When I first arrived, the story they told us was that this is a tri-biotransfer facility with advanced technology doing advanced, adventurous methodology for medical and mental gains, which is a fancy way of saying they do really risky things with human life just to see what would happen.
This is the most famous Castello photograph, humans in pods.
What the hell's going on here?
Well, you know how aliens harvest human hormones for various purposes?
I'm trying to forget it, but yeah.
Well, these are cloning vats. Much easier to use humans as a food source when you could just grow them in a tube. And Castello was the first person to show us the different floors of Dulce Base and what they were used for. Level 1 is security and communications. Level 2 is human staff and housing.
Wait a minute. If there's a floor labeled human staff, then that means...
There is housing for non-human staff.
No!
Level 3 is executive offices and labs. Level 4 is mind control experiments. Level 5 is alien housing. Level 6 is genetic experiments and the zoo.
What, the zoo?
Oh yeah. When genetic splicing between humans and aliens was successful, they would often put the hybrid creature on display.
Oh boy.
And level 7 is cryogenics and cold storage. Yeah?
This story, this is a lot.
Oh, have you had too much?
Oh, wait, there's more?
Oh, much more.
What?
The alien agenda is the complete takeover of this planet, the killing off of 5, 6 to 7 eighths of the world's population.
2005 lab, or 2025 lab, in Ontario, Canada, started growing babies. Yeah, it's like that they let you know of.
By the year 2029, U.S. military has known about this for 40 years. 20 to 7 agenda is the complete takeover of this planet. The alien agenda is the complete takeover of this planet, the killing off of 5, 6 to 7 eighths of the world's population by the year 2029.
Whoa, man.
U.S. military has known about this for 45 years. They've told no one.
That's in 3 years, folks. It's the end of the world as we know it.
Most of the information we get from Costello comes from a single interview he gave called the Branton interview, and I'll link the full text below. Apparently there were, or are, over 180,000 aliens working in the facility. Costello gives us details about how the base is administered, and there are many different races that work there, and they're divided into ruling castes and worker castes.
Well, obviously humans are workers.
Obviously. But there are also alien worker castes, and ultimately all races report to a single ruling class called the Draco.
Agree, Jen.
Like
lizard people.
People, yes.
There's lizard people.
Hey, speaking of lizard people, now is a great time to pick up a Hecklefish Lizard People mug. It makes a great gift.
What are you doing?
What? Someone's got to do the plugs? Go to shop.thewifiles.com and grab your Lizard People mug today.
Anyway, the Draco...
Lizard people.
The lizard people are not alien. They evolved from reptiles and dinosaurs and have remained hidden. They created the underground tunnel system hundreds or thousands of years ago. And in the 1960s, they were made to be more...
Yeah, there's a video game by this, like, what was it called? This fairly recent one. A famous Japanese guy that they would have these baby incubators. Like, they would like wear it. And it gave you powers or something. I forgot what happened. Would you actually look at alien? You could see aliens actually, or something like that. Yeah,
more suitable to humans and other.
Death Stranding. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, me either. But I remember thinking it was pretty odd. But they had something where you go in between worlds or something like that. Actually, I think maybe I did play it. Did I play it? But I watched a lot of videos of it.
Races that the Draco created.
Created?
Oh yeah, the Draco created races for labor.
The worker caste does the daily chores, mopping the latex floors, cleaning the cages, bringing food to the hungry people and other species. It is their job to formulate the proper mixture for the Type 1 and Type 2 beings that the Draco race has created. The working caste work at the labs as well as at the computer banks. Basically speaking, the reptilian races are active at all levels on the Dulce base. There are several different races of aliens that work on the east section of Level 6.
Thomas Costello lived the rest of his life in hiding in Europe. He's since passed away, but if you're interested in hearing more from him, I'll post.
It sounds like a Brave New World. Sounds like Brave New World with all the different stages of people and all that.
Post a link to a message board where he answers a lot more questions. And I just scratched the surface here. His interview is the rabbitest of rabbit holes.
Rabbitest?
Shut up.
Oy vey.
John Lear might have had a more interesting life than his father, William Lear, who invented the Learjet. John Lear was a pilot who broke 17 world records in many types of aircraft. He flew cargo planes for the CIA in the 60s and 70s. John Lear was also one of the most visible proponents of the theory that not only are aliens here on Earth, but they're also colluding with the United States government. Lear became interested in UFOs in 1986 after talking with U.S. Air Force personnel who witnessed the UFO landing at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London. In that encounter, 3 small aliens walked right up to Wing Commander General Gordon Williams, and that became known as the Rendlesham Forest Incident. In 1988, Lear released...
Within this guy? You can hear a little accent
in his voice like this.
Are you talking for me? Shit, I'm tri-coastal. I'm Luna. I'm from the streets. I'm Sola. I'm from Nibiru. The depths.
The document titled UFO Cover-Up that exposed all kinds of secret government and alien activity. It's essentially a manifesto and a link to the original text below. Lear covers the death of James Forrestal, Majestic 12, Roswell, abductions, cattle mutilations, and of course, Dulce Base. Lear said that he gathered 4 independent confirmations that the 7-story Dulce Base complex was real. He even detailed the different species of aliens who live and work there.
The problem is not only just the fact that there are 5 and as many as 10 different civilizations visiting us. Apparently, and this is from the research that I've done, at least 90% of them are hostile. And when I say hostile, if not hostile, they have a completely different set of morals than we do.
John Lear believed that, based on evidence...
So then are humans trying to take on the personality of these aliens? You know, like Lady Gaga? They're trying to walk around and then have the same moral code. They're doing adrenochrome too. They're eating humans. They're trying to be like the gods. And then it's making them sick. It's killing them. It's again, you watch Dune 2 and they got that blue juice. They're extracting it from that serpent thing or whatever, that eel, and by drowning it, by putting it through that chaotic state, so the adrenaline is up, and then they extract that blue juice, and then she drinks it, and goes through this crazy, and that's what people have experienced after they've they've done this. At least the human flesh. I'm not sure about the adrenochrome stuff, but they get like these body issues and these sharp pains throughout. Didn't Jordan Peterson talk about having a lot of sharp pains? Have I already talked about this? Did I ever use Jordan Peterson with that? Because that sounds familiar. But because he had a lot of health issues, still does, but he was talking about these sharp pains going through his body and like feeling like it almost moves his body. So I wonder if he has partaken in some of those things, or if somebody was, dripping a little adrenochrome stuff in his A1 sauce. Yeah, I wonder if I mentioned him because of that. Wild stuff.
Aliens are trying to regenerate their own race at our expense. He said they suffered a nuclear holocaust or severe illness that caused their entire race to weaken. This is why, according to John Lear, aliens are attempting to crossbreed with humans. In fact, he said this was successfully done 7 times over several years. Lear discusses the book.
So then, what if at some point we become that? There's only a few thousands of us left, and then we gotta crossbreed with the new alien life. The whole this whole aspect of like the aliens trying to repopulate themselves or something. Yeah, I don't know. But seeing that I forgot I wanted to talk about that too. When he showed that graph right here, so we're at 2543. So when he showed this graph, I immediately thought of the back rooms. I might get hit if I play it again, but the back rooms trailer, it's going down the stages, and same thing with I'm gonna say it again, with Christopher Nolan and his Inception movie. There's the elevator with Leonardo DiCaprio going down the levels, and then each one was this kind of supposed to be his like dreams, but it could very well be a little bit of this stuff here too. Yikes. Not too far.
Bud Hopkins. Hopkins spent years studying abduction race to weaken. This is why aliens are trying to regenerate their own race at our expense. He said they suffered a nuclear holocaust or severe illness that caused their entire race to weaken. This is why, according to John Lear, aliens are attempting to crossbreed with humans. In fact, he said this was successfully done 7 times over several years. Lear discusses the book Intruders by Bud Hopkins. Hopkins spent years studying abduction cases and was one of the first to reveal that human females were being used to gestate alien or alien-human hybrid children. This was information Hopkins learned through interviewing and hypnotizing hundreds of abductees. Now, obviously, John Lear didn't subscribe to the theory. This is why, according to John Lear, aliens are attempting to crossbreed with humans. In fact, he said this was successfully done 7 times over several years. Lear discusses the book Intruders by Bud Hopkins. Hopkins spent years studying abduction cases and was one of the first to reveal that human females were being used to gestate alien or alien-human hybrid children. This was information Hopkins learned through interviewing and hypnotizing hundreds of abductees. Now, obviously,
Wow.
John Lear didn't subscribe to the theory that aliens are here to protect us from nuclear war or help us in any way. Aliens are here to use us as livestock, as breeding
Oh yeah, there you go.
chambers, and anyway,
Breeding chambers, yeah.
aliens are here to.
Look at that. Wow. So you got some kind of generator, some kind of coolant tank with coils running up it and all that. Generator and everything. Yeah, and this is where that guy from Lost just pushes the button all the time. He had to push the button at that time every.
Use us as livestock, as breeding chambers, and as subjects of horrible experiments. And what's even more frightening is the United States government is complicit in all of this. John Lear ended his document by saying, "The best advice I can give you is, next time you see a flying saucer and are awed by its obvious display of technology, run. like hell."
Ooh. That's that Tom Cruise movie, what's it called? Something about is it Final Day? No. Final Days? Where that alien just, it's like running with his family, running away from the aliens. And this. It seems that this alien attack, they'll hype up that there's so they've got 3 years now and they revealed, okay, there's people conducting rituals and could very well be involved with aliens, giving them children and blood and meat in exchange for technology. Forgot where I was going with that, but oof, man. What was he saying?
Run like hell.
Yeah.
In 1947, the Air Technical Intelligence Center at Dayton, the top Air Force intelligence men and scientists under contract, sent a secret document to the commanding general of the Air Force saying that whatever these things were, they were real.
And it started out with a crash at Roswell.
1947 is what the public has been told. Something crashed in the backyard in New Mexico, a place called Roswell, New Mexico. Unfortunately, that's what the public's been told. The military's known about the alien question for the better part of 70 years.
And a second crash site that occurred in Magdalena, or Horse Mesa, out west of Magdalena, New Mexico.
And I have found out that the government has retrieved between 10 and 15 actual flying saucers, 3 of which have been in perfect condition, 1 of which...
I mean, Man. I mean, do you think that there's saucers out there? I mean, I guess people think that there's buildings on top of saucers. Like, I wonder if the Vatican is built on top of something.
They tried to fly.
And I know that they were reverse engineering. I was never actually briefed on it. But, you know, common sense can tell me that this craft over here isn't something we made. It was reverse engineered.
Reverse engineered,
Yeah.
yes.
They trained 9 months before they ever flew it. And then they trained another, I can't remember how long, 4 or 5 months, flying it all around Nevada. And it worked fine.
I'm not attacking the United States Air Force. I'm attacking a small group in there that has been persistently keeping this from the public, just as they've kept other things.
The Air Force has made an art form of ridiculing people who have talked about this thing. They've done an excellent job of covering it up for the last 40 years.
We've been lied to, and the lies have got to stop, and they must stop immediately.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. So they've got 3 years to do a disclosure of, like, yes, there are aliens, and yes, we've been in contact with them, and we've been working with them, and we got treaties with them, and we just, we got to make sure that they just, that's why, we had Epstein and Diddy and all these other people. Traffic, you understand how important it is that they need to feed, okay? It was so disturbing, we had to keep it from you guys. And then you'd be, familiar with the alien kind of thing, and just like it's, another country that you're talking about, then all of a sudden, oh, you've angered them. Now they want to start a war because you don't want to harm innocent children. And so they're going to start a war, so you better keep letting those PDF files doing their thing. And as we refuse, then they'll just like, well, all right, I guess we gotta release the Draken. And they basically just use whatever technology that they've just been developing over all this time, because Epstein was very much into tech and science and all that, cloning, into all that stuff. So then they're just like, no, okay, well, here's Big Bertha. This whole thing that we've been working on, but we're just going to tell you that it's alien, and go try to eliminate most of the population from these drones, these drone technology, and through other biological warfare, I'm sure. And then we're going to have robots searching for us. Robot dogs roaming the streets everywhere, trying to search for human life form.
Well, that was a roller coaster of a story, and not much of a happy ending. But what's true? Obviously, there's no hard evidence that Dulce Base exists, but there's also no evidence that it doesn't. And since all we have are eyewitness accounts, let's look at the witnesses. First, Phil Schneider. This isn't a Bob Lazar situation where all the evidence is mysteriously erased. There are plenty of records that show Phil did indeed work as a government contractor on many different projects.
Are you sure that? Are you sure that she didn't chew off one of your fingers while you're sleeping? She looks like she's chewing one right now.
But his story has some holes, like his misunderstanding of military and law enforcement protocols, procedures, and jurisdictions. He said during the Battle of Dulce, there were 66 soldiers from the US and NATO, Green Berets, Black Berets, Delta Force, and Secret Service. The special forces he names are American, not NATO. NATO doesn't operate on American soil and never has. Legion. And even if it did, there's no way the US government would allow foreign military to be present for this kind of operation. He said Delta Force was there. In 1979, Delta Force was barely 18 months old. Very few people even knew about it. The military denied its existence for years, and even now, everything about Delta is classified. We don't know the size of the unit, their budget, or their missions, but we do know that Delta Force was created as a counterterrorism unit. I wouldn't expect them to be on a domestic operation that was essentially providing facility security. I could be wrong. Now, in 1979, Black Berets were only worn by Army Rangers. Now, could they have been deployed for security? Sure, but I doubt it. Now, Phil says the Secret Service was there. They weren't. The Secret Service is a law enforcement agency that investigates crimes. Yes, they provide personal protection to high-ranking political officials, but that's a small part of what they do. Phil said he lost his hand in the battle with aliens. Maybe, but his roommate from college said he lost it when he was a young man working as an electrical lineman putting up power lines. Now, Phil Schneider said his father, Oscar Schneider, was a Nazi U-boat captain who was captured and then fought for the Americans in World War II. Phil's father was actually born in San Francisco in 1906. Phil's grandparents were born here too, in Portland. We have documentation that Oscar Schneider was in the United States.
Oh my God, I can't handle that voice. Like, is it okay if I turn that down? I can't handle that pitch. MK Delta. Is that a real thing, or are you just making that up?
Until 1930,
Nice.
And then he was in the U.S. Navy Medical Corps from 1931 to 1946
Right.
and retired with the rank of captain. He never commanded submarines for Hitler or for the United States. He was a medical doctor who specialized in shipboard safety techniques. Now, Phil shows this picture in his lectures.
Wow, that's real.
I have a picture of one of the aliens been working for.
And in what aspect did you say? Did you mention Delta? What was that for? The Delta Task Force, was it? Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
In the United States until 1930.
Yeah.
And then he was in the U.S. Navy Medical Corps from 1931 to 1946 and retired with the rank of captain. He never commanded submarines for Schneider. Phil Schneider said his father, Oscar Schneider, was a Nazi U-boat captain who was captured and then fought for the Americans in World War II. Phil's father was actually born in San Francisco in 1906. Phil's grandparents were born here too, in Portland. We have documentation that Oscar Schneider was in the United States until 1930, and then he was in the U.S. Navy Medical Corps from 1931 to 1946 and retired with the rank of captain. He never commanded submarines for Hitler or for the United States. He was a medical doctor who specialized in shipboard safety techniques.
But what was he referring to the Delta Task Force for? Was it, the people that went down to during that project? Yeah, during that operation. Yeah.
Phil shows this picture in his lectures.
I have a picture of one of the aliens been working for the United States Pentagon for the last 58 years. His name is Valiant Thor. He's right here.
If you remember our video on Valiant Thor, You know that Val was most likely a fictional character created by Frank Stranges for his book Stranger at the Pentagon, which was a ripoff of The Day the Earth Stood Still. The photo Phil uses is supposedly his father in the ready room of the USS Eldridge because his father was part of the Philadelphia experiment. Because of course he was. But there's no room that large on a Cannon-class destroyer. Also, the Philadelphia experiment happened in the 40s. The lights in this picture wouldn't be used until the 1960s. And there are lots more holes in the story. And Phil Schneider had a documented history of mental illness. Now, his story sounds like paranoid delusions. He says 28% of the US GDP is used for black ops. 28% is very specific. Why not 25 or 30? How does he even know that number? The people
McOfton, McNomie, McSearch, or MK Often. McNomie, MK Search, MK Shivik. Wow. MK Delta. McChitwit. Wow.
People who work in Black Ops don't know the Pentagon's budget. Nobody does, but somehow Phil knows. People with delusions often create rich worlds full of specific details. Now, Phil Schneider very well could have been telling the truth. I just don't think so. I think he suffered a psychotic break in dealing with his cancer diagnosis and latched onto the Dulce Bay story as a way to take control of his life and as a way to attain some notoriety. That all said, his death was weird. If you trace back the history of the Dulce Bay story, you always end up with a person named James Bishop, whose real name was allegedly Tal Levesque. Now, the book Saucers, Spooks, and Kooks, UFO Disinformation in the Age of Aquarius, written by Adam Gorightly, identifies Levesque as the chief architect of the Dulce Bay story. In the 70s, Levesque published a newsletter called Hollow Earth Hassle, which was about creatures living inside the Earth. And those stories were based on a story called The Shaver Mystery, which appeared in science fiction pulp magazines in 1947. And the story took off after Paul Benowitz claimed he discovered alien transmissions coming from Dulce Base. A woman named Ann West created the Tom Costello character, probably based somewhat on what Paul Benowitz said. Now, she claimed that a lot of her information was coming from someone named Tom Costello, but all the information was coming from Levesque. And you won't be surprised to hear that no record of anyone named Thomas Costello was found in the US military during the time he was supposed to be there. According to Levesque, various researchers would latch onto the Dulce Bay story and then add their own flair, each person building on the story of the people who came before them. And by the way, that super creepy photo of the humans in alien pods, Thomas Costello didn't take that picture. It's actually a screenshot of the film The Sixth Day, released in 2000. Now, why would Levesque do this? Well, he passed away in 2018, but he said it was his job, whatever that means. We know for a fact that Agent Richard Doty of the Air Force OSI perpetrated a misinformation campaign against Paul Benowitz. And this campaign included confirming Paul's suspicion about the underground base and confirming the drawings by abductee Myrna Hansen. Now, was Levesque part of this government operation? We don't know. John Lear also circulated this story. And at one UFO convention, Lear met with other UFO researchers who were going to release a public statement about what they knew to be true. Apparently, Lear's claims were so outlandish, the other researchers wouldn't sign on to it. Lear stormed out of the convention.
You have to get pretty wild when people at a UFO convention don't believe you.
You sure do. Bill Moore, a UFO researcher who worked with Richard Doty and the government on the misinformation campaign, he said Lear was an intelligence agent. And remember, Lear did have a long history of working with the CIA. Now, this is the problem with these stories. UFOs, underground bases, alien experiments. As long as the research is considered fringe, most of the people working in the field are going to be fringe. They don't give out Nobel Prizes for UFO research.
They should.
They should, and maybe one day they will, but until then, UFO researchers will be criticized and ostracized by mainstream scientists. Now, me and you want to believe, but there's nobody to trust. We know for a fact that
2017, Vladimir Putin made it a public record. Wow. While he was on trial for crimes again, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it was something where he had said that they're working with the U.S. Where did I just hear that? Did you tell me that earlier today? Or was that on an article that I saw?
Richard Doty ran a misinformation campaign against Benowitz and the entire UFO community, feeding them wild stories about aliens and underground bases. But later, Doty said the stories were mostly true. So now we're left in this position where we don't know who or what to believe. We do know that the US government wants it this way. Now, I believe there are secret bases all over the United States. Is there one in Dulce? I don't know. There are lots of UFO stories that I want to be true, but this isn't one of them. Abductions, genetic experiments, organ harvesting, and a new world order? We better hope Phil Schneider, John Lear, Myrna Hansen, and all these other witnesses are wrong. Because if they're not, we're in big trouble.
2022.
Today's episode is brought to you by one of the most unique sponsors we've ever had, Established Titles.
That doesn't sound like VPN.
Nice. Well, what a great ride. That was a good little path. Dulce base. Wikipedia says Dulce Base is the subject of a conspiracy theory claiming that a joint operated human and alien underground facility exists under Archuleta Mesa, near the town of Dulce, New Mexico, United States. Claims of alien activity. Their first arose from an Albuquerque businessman, Paul Benowitz. Vladimir Putin also said they'll do whatever they can. They will do whatever they can, not hurt and kill humans working with aliens. Yep. So, yeah, and he's also been very much against this whole weird, gender agenda as well. You know, he made it clear that he is a Christian nation, and that they want nothing to do with any of the satanic people, people or anything like that. Yep. Well, there you have it. And we've got so much more too. But I think that's a good way to end the stream, and we could again, I got still a lot more, so we could have another night of this if you like. That way we can wait a bit for some good comedy content to come in, and then kind of have at it, because it's nice to stay in this thread while we're in it, and because then we can we can continue where we left off a lot easier. So let's do that. Seems like you guys are liking that idea. Appreciate all that, and those likes, hundreds and hearts and all that. Ooh, man, that gets me going. Thank you so much. And it helps the algorithm and everything. So thank you so much for that. And I will use those as indicators of you agreeing. So thank you. And it also helps me to show me the different points of the stream that you guys were really interested in, so that maybe I can, because I can go back and check those stats, but whenever needed. But I appreciate it, guys. We'll do it again, and it's great to get other people's perspectives of things too, and I like questioning and exploring these things, and it's really interesting, the alien and satanic kind of thing that's merging. So I think it gives the tech people something to kind of hold on to, so they're not too much in the woo-woo, in the witchcrafty kind of stuff, and they can feel like they're kind of part of technology and future without feeling like a witch or something. I don't know, but a bunch of different names for the same thing, and it's disgusting. And so is all forms of slavery and mind control and behavior modification and all that. Yeah, live free. But thank you so much, and we'll continue this on the next stream, and maybe I'll figure out a way to do a cool intro of, conspiracy night. So I got some ideas percolating. I'm excited to get into some editing again and have a little fun. But I like the broadcasting as well. This is fun too. All right. Well, thank you so much, and until next time, signing off. But well, this was a good one. They've all been really good lately. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you.